good morning to our panel members. We have a consent agenda item before us today. If there's no questions, I'll accept a motion to pass the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. All right, I'll call Mr. Reynolds to do the proceedings.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. I'll just go over the procedures real quick. Anyone who plans to provide testimony during the hearing must be sworn by the chair. The applicant shall have 20 minutes to present its case to the panel. The chair may grant additional time. Any party speaking in opposition to the applicant shall have 20 minutes to present their case to the panel, and the chair may grant additional time. To my knowledge, we've received no opposition to any of the matters before you today. The panel may issue a final decision at the hearing or take a matter under advisement until a future scheduled meeting. The panel may defer its vote to approve or disapprove a charter application, renewal, or amendment in order to allow a public charter school or applicant to make modifications or receive technical assistance to correct deficiencies in the application or request. And I think Dory is going to present each charter.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Summons?
Good morning, Dory Summons, Office of Charter Schools. Bentonville School for Advanced Studies Charter submitted an amendment request. The charter is requesting to change the school district from where the charter will be located from Bentonville School District, change the name from Bentonville School for Advanced Studies to School for Advanced Studies Northwest Arkansas, and waive Arkansas Code requirements for School Board of Directors meeting regarding the monthly Board of Director meetings, the Board of Directors meetings being called by elector petitioners, and remote attendance at Board of Director meetings. And Ms. Deanna Rowe and her team are present for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Will all those who plan to testify on the part of the charter please stand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right.
Good morning, Chairman Sutherland and members of the panel. I'm Deanna Rowe. I'm the Executive Director for the Arkansas Schools for Advanced Studies. With me today is Shannon Chavez. She is our Vice President of Compliance Services for Basis Ed, our management company. As was mentioned, we are requesting a name change for our school, specifically because we have found a location that's going to allow us to open timely. We have a lease agreement signed for the historic Lane Hotel in Rogers that's going to be vacated and turnkey ready for us in the fall. So we're super excited about that. So for the record, we need to change our school district from Bentonville to Rogers. And then because of the new location and in alignment with our application, which said we plan to serve Bentonville, Rogers, and the surrounding area, we think it's appropriate to change our name to reflect the population that we'd like to serve, as opposed to the location of the school, at least for this first campus, right? When we open a second campus, we might need to differentiate more, and so we might come back at that point in time and say, now it's time to call this Rogers and this one this other thing. But right now, we would like to leave it at the Schools for Advanced Studies, Northwest Arkansas. The other part of our request today is for the waivers. They look a little complicated when you go through the process, but they're really very simplistic and twofold. The first thing that we would like to do is get a waiver from the requirement for quarterly board meetings. And this is because as we came before you originally, we identified that our board is made up of 7 members, 3 of whom are representatives of boards that board members for other sponsored entities, so of our parent organization. So we have a board member who resides in Arizona for our Arizona schools, one in DC, and 1 in Texas. The remaining 4 members and the majority of the board will all be local board members here. However, I think we all know that there are sometimes complications in travel, in the opportunity just in scheduling to be able to have your board members in person. And we find that we can have better engagement when we have the opportunity for virtual participation as well. So we're asking not only that we have the opportunity to have virtual board meetings, but also that our board only needs to meet quarterly. And the reason for the quarterly meetings as opposed to the monthly meetings is because when we look at the role of our board members, it is in fact to adopt your annual budget and any policies for the year, to review timely expenditures, to provide academic oversight and operational oversight, as well as provide, be an advisor. The board serves in an advisory capacity, both to me as the executive director, but to our school management company as well. We have found in our experience operating in the other regions that quarterly meetings allow us, when thoughtfully created and timely scheduled, to give the board members the opportunity to engage specifically in the intent for which they were created. When we think about the other part of a board meeting, parental engagement or stakeholder meetings or opportunities, the school is designed for that parental engagement stakeholder meeting. Specifically, we are scheduled to have monthly coffee chats, both in person and virtually, so that families and stakeholders can engage with school leadership. They will have an open door policy with teachers and school leaders, so that by appointment, families and individuals can come in and address any concerns that they might have. We'll have a monthly newsletter. And then another part of our community engagement also includes these monthly community seminars. So while the board has its roles and responsibilities, we really believe that public engagement and parental communications are best held at the school level with the teachers and the school leaders. And this would certainly provide, we've set up options or possibilities for those engagements to happen. The last part of our waiver goes to executive session. If we're going to allow board members to participate virtually, we want them also to be able to engage virtually in executive session. We have experience with the right technology and the right policies in place. You can protect what needs to be held private, and you can also have public engagement when it's appropriate. So that's our plan, that's our request. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll have our legal review, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Sure, please.
Thank you.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. I'll go with the legal review real quick. So the charter specifically asking to waive 613, 619, A1A, 613, 619, A1C, 613, 619C, and 613, 619D. I don't have any legal concerns with the waiver request for the first 5. So 613, 619, A1A, 613, 619, A1C, 613, 619D, or 613, 619C, 613, 619D to A, and 613, 619D4. I don't have any legal concerns with that. The only concern that I had, so I spoke with Ms. Rowe on the phone, and we agreed that they don't need the waiver because of the policies that they have in place for 613, 619D1 and D2BC, which are the remaining parts of that statute. But she clarified that she was seeking a waiver for 613, 619D3. And on my legal review, I set out exactly what that statute requires. And then I put a recommendation from the department that if the CAP chooses to grant the waiver of 613, 619D3, that it places certain conditions on the waiver. There were 3 conditions. I'm gonna pull the first one now that I've learned that most of your board is local. But the remaining 2 conditions that essentially are the board member attending remotely keep their camera on during the executive session, and then a board member attending remotely that's participating in executive session just attests that nobody else is in the room. And that is basically to prevent the appearance of impropriety. So the Arkansas FOIA is read narrowly when it comes to executive session, and this statute in 2 different places says that one, board member shouldn't attend executive session remotely, but even if they're physically present, they can't leave the room and then come back in while executive session is going on. And so this was just a recommendation to the CAP from the department to make sure that if they're going to have board members attending remotely or attending executive session remotely, that everything is squared away. And then I think Tripp might have some words for the charter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the panel. My name is Tripp Walter. I'm a staff attorney for the Arkansas Public School Resource Center, and I'm here assisting BASIS with their waiver request today. As Mr. Reynolds said, I would like to follow up on this just a little bit. First of all, hopefully to somewhat allay the panel's concerns, this is not an unprecedented waiver request. As I had shared, I think with Mr. Rhodes on Friday, there are at least several open enrollment public charters we found that have the entire waiver of D4, including the section that Mr. Reynolds just spoke to you about. I don't want to diminish the impact of what Mr. Reynolds said, but I am respectfully requesting on behalf of BASIS that the waiver be granted without any of the conditions he stated. Not that they aren't legitimate concerns, but just as with the other charters who have this waiver, I think it is appropriate to allow BASIS the flexibility to be able to, so to speak, self-police this. I couldn't agree more with Mr. Reynolds said about the importance of FOIA law and making sure that that's complied with. And I think if you will note in Ms. Rowan BASIS's response or rationale that is their intent. I've had specific conversations with her earlier this morning about her ability to oversee the process and ensure that all appropriate rules in the FOIA law are complied with. So that's why I'm standing before you this morning to make those additional comments and requests.
Thank you. All right, we'll open it up for questions. So Dr. Moore?
Hello. I was trying to pull up your original charter, but I just now got to it. I just wondered if you could speak a little bit to, I know that you were intending to serve Northwest Arkansas broader than just Bentonville alone, but if it was in Bentonville, obviously Bentonville would be your primary draw of students. And as you move into Rogers, the number of Hispanic students in Bentonville is 12%, while in Rogers it's 48.1%. So I just wondered if you had considered any additional ways to meet the needs of maybe students who will need additional services for that? Because often we have language barriers with some of those students, so that's why I'm asking.
Yes, thank you, that's right. One of the things that we contemplated with the location in Rogers was that specific population and how we might do that. And even as part of our lease agreement, it's built in that we will have a Spanish-speaking front office person registrar who is able to support communications with the Hispanic population as well. And we're also looking at our marketing materials to ensure, as we're mapping where our students are coming from, we're obviously looking at areas where we haven't had a response yet and seeing what kind of marketing might work and what that population might need to be sure that they are aware of who we are and what we have to offer so that they can choose us if they want to.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Mr. Baldwin?
So going back to the waiver question on the board meetings and the quarterly versus monthly and remote, all that. Is the remote process that you're asking us to approve consistent with what you use in your other schools? Is this something that you're used to using and that is working elsewhere?
Yes, sir, absolutely. We currently have remote participation in Arizona, in Washington, D.C., and in Texas. And police or master of ceremonies, depending upon how you want to look at my role, but I ensure that the policies of the various states, as they change, and we do have those crossovers, so it's very important that board members recognize which state they're in, what the rules of engagement are, and so it's my job to make sure that calls to the public, all of those things that are happening, cameras are on, yes, we can hear you, no, we can't hear you, okay, your camera's gonna be on in your computer, but I need you to participate via phone as well, because your audio's not coming through on your camera. So we orchestrate all of that. We have a great technology team that helps us to make sure that we are able to do that.
Okay, and you have, follow-up question, you also use this for executive sessions in your other schools, so you're used to the difference between an executive session and a public board session.
That's correct. That's correct. Just as you make sure that in a public setting that the public has left the room, in a virtual setting, you either move everybody to a separate room or you check your list and make sure that everybody is there, is only the people who are supposed to be on there are on there. And then it goes to the integrity of the individual who served on your board and understands what executive session is. You're not going to have somebody else in the room. I'm not opposed to having a policy, and we would in fact say when we engage in executive session, you are not, it would be expected that you're the only person in the room. I mean, that's standard operating procedure for us.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce our newest board member before I ask his questions. This is Mr. Freddie Scott, and so he's joining us as our newest board member. So, Mr. Scott, do you have any questions?
Certainly. Thank you, Matthew. Ms. Rowe, first of all, I appreciate all that you've shared about your plan, especially involving engagement with the parents as well as with the community. That's huge. When it comes to, I had a little pause in regards to initially hearing about the waivers on from a board perspective. As we all know, primarily boards should hold the superintendent accountable for, as you stated, academics, for finance, for operations. And in there, this is more best practices since legal has addressed some things. But typically, early on in the years, the combination of readiness, monthly meetings affords the board members an opportunity to really have that handled and addressed fantastically. So my initial pushback was about the quarterly meetings. Mm-hmm. Again, the earlier years, my initial thought was if indeed you could handle that monthly and showcase the engagement efforts of the board members and their understanding, holding you accountable for the first year or so, then you can come back and request it, assuming all is well. It's very new out the gate because first time here in Arkansas, you've realized much success in other states. So that was just my initial pushback on the board waivers. But hearing some of the legal arguments, I'm okay, except for the precedent it would set going forward. Key there is the engagement of the team, which is the staff, as well as the families, as well as the community, and of course the boards as members are set up as volunteer board members from the community as well. Great. So that's a statement more so than a question, but I appreciate hearing from you in regards to how you can increase engagement, in particular for the board members, preferably monthly versus quarterly.
Sure, I appreciate the statement and the opportunity to address that. So first and foremost, I'd like to say that while we'd like the waiver because we intend to hold meetings quarterly, certainly we also hold meetings as needed, right? So there are situations that can come up during a school year where you need to have your board engaged in certain matters, and so we would call a meeting at that time as well. I think the other thing is our structure of our school operations. So as the executive director for the board, I also serve in that superintendent role, but we contract with Basis Ed as our school management company to oversee the operations of the school on a day-to-day basis. I have regular communication with the basis ed management team. Not only do I have weekly meetings with them, but then I translate those weekly things into monthly reports to the board. So it's not that they're not engaged. They have that information just as families have information at the level that they need in a monthly newsletter. The board gets information in a monthly manner in a letter from me, updating them on any information that they need to have related to the operations of the school. But it would be one-way communication, right? It's not something that I need them to give me feedback on. If I need feedback, again, they serve in an advisory role. So if I have a situation that rises to a level where I need board feedback, my first call is to my board chair, right? And then we determine whether or not we need a meeting of the board for that matter. So because we have the school leadership and then we have school management, who I communicate with regularly, they're communicating down to and out to the school level. I'm communicating to the board members. I believe that quarterly meetings, at least from the get-go, with the opportunity to call meetings as needed as well, will be sufficient for us, and it's how we've launched in each of the new regions.
Okay. Thank you. Just two other questions. Do you expect at any time to be receiving any federal funds?
We would hope to, yes.
Okay. So that being said, one element to receiving federal funds, especially if it's Title I funds, is, and I love the engagement aspect of what you bring to the table, but to actually have a dedicated person on staff that's overseeing at the school level engagement. So engagement facilitator is what they're called, and from a district perspective, an engagement coordinator, someone's overseeing. So that person is hired typically just receive additional funding over and beyond the normal to oversee what's called the parent and family engagement planning and submission to the state annually.
So this would be a perfect opportunity for you to hear from Shannon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not quite as tall as Deanna, so good morning. As the compliance person for the management company, one of the areas that I oversee is just as a blanket term, grants compliance, and that has to do with those federal grants, formula grants that our schools get in various iterations. We do have some schools that are Title I schools, and so that is included in there. What we do at the outset, of course, is, you know, if Title I funding is awarded, of course, that being, if it's school-wide Title I funding and, you know, engagement funding, we work with our finance team to make sure that that is included and presented to the board. We do, Deanna shared a little bit about the management company presenting to the boards. We actually compile a comprehensive report for each quarterly meeting where we go through in detail all these different areas, compliance being one, academics, a full report of how the schools are doing academically, enrollment, staffing, all of those things are included each time. And then separately, we always have a separate agenda item, finance item. And so I'm both reporting as part of the management report on what grants we've gotten, you know, what types of actions we might need to have the board take or that we're going to take on the side of what would be considered sort of a district level side, and then what that will mean for the school. And then also that information, obviously, in terms of federal grant dollars is incorporated into budgets and presented to the board separately when it's talked to about the budgets. But when it comes to actually managing those federal grants themselves, like Title I or IDEA funding, the grants compliance team that works for me, as well as the grants finance team that works for the VP of Finance, they work together to make sure that we are properly managing, you know, submitting applications appropriately, obviously properly managing cash management and other reports to the state agencies, that we are participating in any monitoring activities. I just got an email last night from one of my specialists saying that the Title I monitoring for one of our Phoenix schools is in cycle right now, and so preparing to work with the school on what they need to do for that. And so first and foremost, what we would do if we were awarded Title I is, I would say to Ms. Rowe, we need an agenda item in front of your board to set out all the policies that we'll need. And one of those, of course, as you know, is the family parent engagement policy, and how, what all the criteria are that are in that, and including like how, what is expected of the school, what is expected of parents, what is expected of students as it relates to getting that Title I funding. And then obviously putting that into effect in the school, depending on the amount of money and the amount of outlay of time. We would work with business manager or operational person on the campus, and they typically are the person who is managing that at the campus level, while we're managing at the, like I said, sort of district, that network level, and working directly with state education agencies to make sure all the funding is flowing properly and that we're meeting all of our compliance requirements.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. My last question, I believe, is in regards to congratulations, first of all, on the facilities utilization agreement you have. New area, new facility. I don't want to make any assumptions, and that is from an inspections perspective, all is well, safety, fire, the works.
So the great thing about occupying a facility that's already been occupied by a charter school is those boxes have all been checked. Which again makes it very easy to be turnkey and saves us a lot in the startup and operational costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wright McMurray?
Okay. And so again, thank you for walking us through the waivers, but I'm still a little fuzzy. Okay. So I was trying to follow the different codes, and I'm trying to get a sense, do we actually need the request for remote for general board meetings? Because I think part of what I heard is that we really didn't need that waiver. Is that what you were I'm trying to get a sense of exactly what do we need, what do we not need?
So do we need it, do we not? I think part of Mr. Reynolds' response, correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to make sure we're on the same page, that's important, is that he didn't think we needed the waiver because we would have a majority of our members who are here in Arkansas. However, those individuals may find that their business takes them elsewhere as well. And or if I have a board member, I might have a board member who resides in Little Rock, and if I'm asking them to drive to Rogers, that's a 4-hour commute, that's an 8-hour, that's their entire day, right? And so we would like them to be able to participate virtually if that would allow them to engage, because they might say, I have this 2-hour chunk, but I can't give you this 8-hour day. I'll take your 2-hour chunk and I'll coordinate it with my other 6 members 2 hours chunks to make sure that I have full board engagement, right? I think that goes to how and why we can meet quarterly too, is I can pretty much count on the same 7 people at my entire board, right? I don't just have a quorum, I have 100% participation in my board meeting when I have that flexibility. So I would like the virtual option regardless.
So maybe let me rephrase my question. So okay. For my clarity, better understanding, as it is right now, we require our charter to have their board meetings, everyone has to be in person. Is that the requirement now? And so if people do have to like Zoom in or what, they can't do that now?
No, so the specific code section sets out of a few different things. So it's 613, 619D. Part of that code section is the charter, the school board has to have a policy for board members that attend remotely. They have to have a policy to ensure that board members can be seen and heard by the public, and the public can see and hear the board members. The third part of that is that board members can't attend executive session remotely. They can't vote on anything that happened in executive session if they're attending remotely. The only part that so the first 2 parts, they don't need a waiver for because they already have policies in place. And so that I just struck those from the waiver request because they don't need the waivers.
Okay, so can I stop there for a second? So are we considering the part that you have stricken? Are we,
No.
is that,
Well,
so we're not considering that?
My understanding is that when our conversation that because they already have those they already have those policies in place, that the request would be limited to the waivers that they actually needed. So it's D2A, 3, and 4, and those are the ones. So one of those is the executive session issue. That's the only thing that I had a concern with.
Okay, so as we are making our decision today, our decision is only gonna be limited to executive session. It's not gonna be to the open part of their board
Right.
meetings.
Everything else on their application, I have no concerns with.
Okay, so there's a shaking of the head behind you, so I'm just trying to make
Yeah.
sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was confused as to whether you were seeking clarity on where his concerns are versus the overall request.
I need clarity on the waiver that's being asked,
Okay,
because as it was presented by Mr. Reynolds, it sounds like that part of your waiver that references when you have your open board meetings, I'm trying to be clear on, do we need to have a waiver for remote attendance? Because it sounds like that's already something that would be allowable to take place. But I do understand when it comes to executive session, because those are closed meetings and you wanna ensure that those are protected. So I'm just trying to be clear on exactly what waivers you do need, which ones you don't, and which ones we're gonna be making decisions on today. I hope that's better. If not, I can
Yes.
try it again. So,
and I think Tripp and I are in agreement that we want the waivers as requested without the conditions, as they're being presented. Let legal counsel do their job.
Chair, Tripp Walter, APSRC. Part of that subsection D waiver, Dr. Wright McMurray, part of D4 is that you can only have up to 3 times per calendar year for a board member to appear remotely.
okay.
So that's why that's wrapped into that D4 request. Secondly, I believe that, and don't want to speak for Ms. Rowe, but I believe that the rest of what is now listed, I guess in red, on Mr. Reynolds' write-up, 613, 619D, subsection 2, capital A, 3 and 4 is what we're requesting.
Okay, that helps me, because I was trying to follow and I got kind of lost when we started rattling off all the different numbers and alphabets and all that, so that's clear for me now. Okay, so, thank you. And so just for my clarification, the ask of our legal team for just the additional, clarity to make sure that when we go into executive session, that is being accepted by the charter, or they're not wanting to include that in. And if you could just,
Yeah.
I
So
mean, I understand you want to have your autonomy, but I'm just trying to get a sense of why would that not be a good idea to include that in your language?
So the 3 conditions that I had listed on the legal review, the first one I'm striking from the record because I've learned since the start of this meeting that most of their board resides in Arkansas, and so it would be unreasonable to make them fly out of the state just so they could attend a board meeting remotely.
Yep.
So the remaining 2 conditions, I would recommend that the cap attached to the waiver.
Tripp Walter, APSRC. The reason we spoke on this, I guess, is twofold, Dr. Wright McMurray. But let me make sure, hopefully I have already, but nothing of this is meant to avoid or get around those requirements. Those requirements, I think, essentially more or less flow from the FOIA law, and I think that's something Mr. Reynolds has stated. It is certainly, and I think Ms. Rowe has already spoken to this, certainly bases its intent to comply completely with the FOIA law. The reason that I spoke as to not including those is not that BASIS is trying to avoid anything, but you've got the FOIA law says what it says about the requirements. That's going to be completely complied with. You've got several other charters out there who hold these very same waivers who have not had any restrictions on the waiver placed on them. So all I'm asking on behalf of BASIS is just for them to have the opportunity to, I think I used the words earlier, self-police. I think Ms. Rowe has given extensive information about how she will be present. She will make sure, oversee everything, and just asking that the board and the school be operate with the laws in place already.
I'll defer to Mr. Baldwin.
I appreciate this conversation, because we want to understand what we're doing. So what I think I hear, and I'm not good at the code numbers. I don't know the code numbers. So when you guys get up there and do code numbers, it doesn't help.
Oh, sorry.
I would really rather it be English and
Sure.
talk about what the waiver is. So ignoring the code numbers, what I see as a non-educator and not knowing all the rules and regs is that you're asking for what we have read in the document, and the DESI legal team would like some stipulations added, and you're saying that there are other charters that don't have stipulations added that have been approved already, and you're just asking that we go that way.
Yes, sir.
Please. Okay. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scott?
Thanks for clarifying. I think one of the things we were talking about doing was mitigating the risk when it comes to executive sessions and virtual. So I'd be more comfortable at some point when those specific policies are provided, and we can actually see that the risk is indeed mitigated, and we feel more comfortable about it. And I appreciate the fairness and bringing that to our attention too, about fairness of other charters that have that as well. But being able to see that plan of action that speaks to how to mitigate that risk in regards to executive session, I think would be a good thing for me.
I have just
Dr.
a
Moore.
clarifying question. So, to our legal, when you said at this point we're only requesting the last two, are you referring to in the red part of the legal review, 613, 619 D3, where there are three different parts of that? We'd only be doing the last two, or could you just clarify what?
Yeah, so the code sections that they're requesting the waivers.
Just so I
No,
can pass
you're
the
fine.
page. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So the code sections they're asking to be waived, the ones in red on the legal review, that's after Ms. Rowe and I's conversation. That's what we agreed to limit the request to. The conditions I'm talking about are over on the notes section, and it's the last two paragraphs. So it's the board member attending remotely keep their camera on during the entirety of the executive session, and that the board member attending remotely who participates in executive session attests that no other person is present. Those are the conditions that the department
That's
is.
what I thought. So that's what I'm trying, if that's all you're asking,
Mhm.
regardless of what other charters, I don't see how is that a big deal? That, I'm not being like trying to be a smart aleck. I'm just literally don't understand how that they keep their camera on and that they attest no other person's present. Why is that a big issue?
I think Tripp would probably be the.
Okay.
The issue, so to speak, is not that those aren't viable things, but they're not contained within the letter of the law. So all I'm asking on behalf of BASIS is that they be allowed to operate under the letter of the law. All the procedural safeguards that are required by the statute, and perhaps more importantly here, the Freedom of Information Act, which is the base of all this, will be strictly complied with, rather than having an additional checklist of things that they have to comply with as well. The parts about the person being in the room by himself or herself, all those other things to make sure of, I think Ms. Rowe has expressed to you that that she will take that upon herself personally to make sure that all the requirements in law and the fact that the integrity of, if you will, the executive session won't be breached, whether it be remote or in person.
So my lack of knowledge of the legal parts of FOIA, what does FOIA require for something like this? I thought y'all were both like, I'm not answering that.
Just walking away.
A lot is the answer. So FOIA requires that executive session be permitted only for the purpose of considering for employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, and resignation of an employee. The only people that are allowed to be in executive session is whoever is in the top administrative position of the public agency involved, the immediate supervisor of the employee, or the potential employee. And so the purpose for the request is essentially to, as Mr. Scott said, mitigate the risk of someone being in the executive session that's not supposed to be there, or something being talked about in the executive session that's not supposed to be talked about under FOIA.
Okay, so FOIA doesn't have any safeguards for remote.
It just says don't do it. I mean, that's what FOIA says.
Okay.
And I would say the line of questioning here is good, because I think this body, we're charged with, there have been decisions made in the past, but then we need to revisit those decisions too and see what the best possible, way to proceed would be. And I'm not seeing anything, and this is just from my perspective, I'm not seeing anything that is that arduous about having to have your camera on and state that no one is in the room.
I think that's fair. And Ms. Rowe, my understanding is you guys already have policies in place to mitigate this risk. And you can go ahead and speak to that.
So I think what we're really talking about is best practices, right? And best practices would say you do these things, and we're going to create policies and do board training that's going to say this is the scope of things. Will these two things be a part of that? Yes. But will we have other things that are a part of our best practices? Absolutely. Right? And so when we think about it in terms of what's the broader scope here, are we going to do what we're supposed to do? Just as we're going to do what we're supposed to do in every other aspect of our operations of our school, we're going to do what we're supposed to do here as well. I agree. We can do those things. Probably could have been out of here 15 minutes ago if we had just agreed to do those things. I think on principle, though, when you think about, is that the exact wording? Is there some little flexibility or nuance that I'd like to add? Is there a subparagraph to that? Do you guys want to know and see that as well? Or is it just simply follow the law, do what you're supposed to do? And yes, it would absolutely make sense. Cameras are on, cameras are always on. Microphones are on, you can see, you can hear. They can see you, you can see them, we can hear you, you can hear us. That happens, right? And so the privacy matter, again, goes to professional conduct and expectations. So it's really a matter of, do you want to get into this, and that's your call, right? I'm gonna follow the rules, I'm gonna be transparent in my operations, and I'm gonna make sure my board does what it's supposed to do.
Other questions?
So we're having a discussion about technology and about the application of technology and what is appropriate and what's not, and trying to apply that to rules that were written before we had all the technology. And I would just say, from my perspective, that I think we have to use common sense, and I don't think we can ever define the rules as precisely, because technology changes every day. And so you either trust your folks or you don't. We have technology that we use here at the charter panel that's new. When I got on the panel, we didn't have Zoom, and we were all here in person. And so I would hate to see us get down into the details of how a school runs. I think that's our purpose, is to stay above that. So I just wanted to say that I hear what everybody has said. I'm comfortable with the request, I think they have better safeguards and governance than probably 90% of all the charter schools that we look at. So it just seems like we're, maybe going to add more to them than we should. But that's just my opinion.
Other thoughts?
I personally just think it's a good practice to have it where it is outlined, so that if there is a question and it comes back, you have something that you can reference to say that we did have this as a part of our process. When you verbally just say that and then there's an issue, then you don't have anything to reference back to. So I do appreciate the comments that there have been other charters that have come through that this has not been stipulated for them. However, they may have came through before it came to my mind. So more than likely, if it would have been brought before me in this manner, I probably would have asked him to do the same thing. Because as we realize things change, technology changes, we have to kind of change with it. And so maybe those charters came through at times when we were not as Zoom heavy, but because we are now, we have to be aware of that. So those are my thoughts. I don't feel like that what's being asked from our legal team is that restrictive. I would probably have more concern if there were things that would prevent you from carrying out your daily activities, but I don't feel that that's the case here. So those are just my thoughts.
Similarly, I would agree with Dr. Wright McMurray. As far as this being a best practice, I agree that this is a best practice which should be implemented. And we're not putting it just on top of what the school's already doing. A waiver is being asked, and we are looking to grant the waiver with these stipulations because of an extenuating circumstance. And I think we would be establishing precedent that I have no problem with to apply later in charter reviews that may have not had that if it was needed, or in charters that asked for it. I would be comfortable setting that precedent.
Yes, I'll be in agreement as well. I believe it is a best practice, and at the end of the day, I believe we're asking for a policy statement, and it typically comes from the governing board anyway, and so not so much to drill down into the weeds of the detail, but a policy statement that speaks to that, and from an accountability standpoint, it should that surface again in the future. We can go back to that policy.
Other comments or questions? Mr. Walter.
Just want to make one final comment, and certainly understand and appreciate the board's position. From a strict legal perspective, to boil it all down, my concern is what would be asked with following the DESI legal division's request is adding a requirement that currently is not in law. So I just wanted to reiterate that point.
I do know that we have waivers where we put stipulations on those waivers where it's not part of the law necessarily, but it is a stipulation such as class size, teaching load, things of that nature where only certain classes can go over.
Well, yes, but
I'm sorry to come to the conversation late. Scott Smith, APSRC. I think you have broad standard authority there, right? I think the point that Tripp's trying to make, legally, ultra-virus is the concept. You can't create law where law doesn't exist. So you can't create an obligation that is not otherwise in law. In some areas, you do have specific legal authority to create standards, classroom sizes, things like that. So that's your authority. I think the point he's making here is probably don't necessarily have the legal authority to create this additional obligation that you don't have authority to make. That's the point he's getting to.
So that would mean our option then is either to approve the waiver as is or just not approve the waiver.
No, I think just on this one point he's talking about, but you certainly have the obligation to approve it or not approve it.
Yeah.
I'm confused because I thought Tripp was trying to say that we can't introduce the language into
Right.
a waiver. We can't put stipulations.
That's what he was saying
Yes.
with relation to that. But what we're talking about now is whether or not we actually approve the waiver as part of the amendment. So we could either, like you said, you could choose to approve that waiver as part of the amendment. It all depends on what the motion is, you know, if there's a motion.
Could our legal please speak to that? I'm not a lawyer and I'm very confused right now, so what
So-
we can and can't do.
Essentially what you'd be, essentially what you'd be approving is a condition of the waiver to do what they've already said that they're gonna do in their policies.
Okay, so what you're saying is they've already said they're going to do this in their policy.
It's not the condition of the waiver is not more language in the waiver.
Right.
It's not, it's just, it's the cap saying, we will grant you this waiver if you do these things.
But as Scott has said, do we have that ability? Is that within our purview?
I think it's just it's more, you're not, my understanding is you're not creating new law. You're just simply placing a condition on the grant of a waiver.
Do those conditions have to be based in law, though?
I'm not sure about that. I'll have to.
And that, I think that was the point that, that Scott was making is,
So then I guess that your choices then would be grant the waiver as is, or not grant that specific code section. Grant the rest of the
Yeah.
waiver without that specific code section.
I'm thoroughly confused.
I think the point is, if the panel's okay, we'll work it out with the department and make sure they're good with whatever arrangement and that the panel's good. So we don't want to lose the waiver request at the end of the day, and we'll make sure that we have reached an agreement with them on this sub-point within the bigger context out there.
and I do think had we had a policy in front of us, this wouldn't even have been an issue. I think, you know, and you're talking about that as being part of your policy, so.
Yeah, I would be comfortable if I saw language in a policy that says this is how we're going to run the meetings. I'd have no concerns at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same.
How do we feel on this end?
So just for my clarification, it is going to be in their policy that's how the executive session is ran.
I am happy to provide a copy of our policy around executive session so that everybody is comfortable with what we do and you would see that. I apologize, we are learning as we go through this. Waivers are new to us. If it had it my way, I would have just struck physically present and not struck entire sections of it. But we're figuring it out, and I guarantee you the next time we come through here with a waiver request, it will be sufficiently detailed and anticipate some of these questions. But I have no problem providing you with our policy or with the legal team with what our policy will be, and I guarantee it will capture the things that are important to him.
It covers what we're talking about, the policies, your policy.
And
Yes.
that provides me more, because as I was understanding the explanation, it was that it would be written nowhere, and it would just be, we're just going to tell them this is what we want them to do, and I was not comfortable with that. So that's where I was confused and wasn't comfortable that we're just gonna be word of mouth telling people to do such. And then if there's an issue, there's nothing that we can refer back to that says that they were told to do these things. Okay.
Other comments or questions?
I appreciate the clarification.
Yes.
And working together, and I do like the knowledge now that there's a policy that will handle this, and I think that's the right way to do it. I think it's on you to run the school, and we are not to run it, so I'm happy with that.
I totally agree. My final comment is that it will be a board-approved policy that you provide to us, and I'm very comfortable with that.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yep. So, I'm comfortable with, it's up to the cap, of course, but I'm comfortable as long as we can get a written policy that they get you grant the waiver request as it is. Just on that one, I would ask for that one stipulation that.
And we have on the record that those things will be included, so
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. All right, any other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the I'm making sure I called, it's not Bentonville School for Advanced Studies anymore.
I think it was the School for Advanced Studies, Northwest Arkansas.
Thank you, had to find it. So I make a motion that we approve the minute request for the School for Advanced Studies, Northwest Arkansas, and the waivers as requested, assuming board policy is provided to address our concerns.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll take just a few minutes, and congratulations, and we'll fill out our voting sheets. We'll start with Dr. Moore.
I vote to approve the School for Advanced Studies Northwest Arkansas amendment request and associated waivers given an expected board policy that addresses our concerns about remote board participation. I look forward to the new opportunities this charter will provide students and families in Northwest Arkansas.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I'm in favor of the charter amendments and waiver requests and believe the educational standards for the schools of advanced studies in Northwest Arkansas will benefit student learning in the area.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, I voted for the amendment request because the plan to create an appropriate board-approved policy that mitigates potential risk and sets the school on a pathway towards quality and success.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
Voted for. I support the School of Advanced Studies request to change locations and waive board in-person meeting requirements inclusive of executive sessions.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations. Yes, thank you again. All right, Ms. Summons? We'll pause for just 1 minute. We'll take about a 5-minute break. All right, Ms. Summons, we're ready.
Pulaski County Special School District will be rescinding the charter for Driven Virtual Academy at the end of the 23-24 school year. All associated waivers will be rescinded at that time.
Thank you. Any discussion? If not, accept a motion.
I'll move approval of the rescission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
I
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. We'll fill out our sheets real quick. All right, we'll start on this end with Dr. Wright McMurray.
I voted for. I support Pulaski County Special School District's request to rescind their charter and all associated waivers for the Driven Virtual Academy.
Mr. Scott?
I voted for the request to rescind the charter and the associated waivers because they're the best in understanding their readiness to proceed.
Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, I support the request to rescind the charter and all related waivers.
Dr. Moore?
I accept Pulaski County Special School District's charter rescission request for Driven Virtual Academy and all associated waivers.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Summons?
Batesville High School Charter is requesting a waiver of Arkansas Code and Standards for accreditation for the following items: class size and teaching load, flexible schedule, teacher licensure, gifted and talented, and library media specialist. And we have Ms. Jennifer Douglas on behalf of the district with us this morning.
All right, thank you very much. So, Ms. Douglas, if you'll stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you may begin. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Douglas. I'm Assistant Superintendent for Batesville School District. We are here because we requested a conversion charter in 2020, and it was implemented in 2021, and our waivers will currently expire before the charter renewal. So just to catch you up, our mission and vision for the Batesville High School Charter is to prepare all pioneers for success. Pioneer Nation, we are the largest school in Independence County. We have 6 schools across our district, and we do implement the community schools model. Our enrollment currently in grades 9 through 12 is 974, which is up a little more than 50 since we were here requesting our charter. We are 57% free and reduced lunch at the high school with 40% minority, and we pride ourselves on our community, business, and industry partnerships. Our purpose in our charter is to create an equitable and sustainable opportunity for all of our students and to grow the workforce for Independence County. Our personalized pathways are funneled through our CAP process so that we want all students to be able to explore careers throughout elementary and junior high school and then plan and discover Pioneer Academies in the high school so that they will be prepared to either be college and career ready or enter the workforce or go on to a 2 or 4 year degree. These are some of the Pioneer Academies we brought to you in the original charter since we have been here. We have implemented our medical pathways. We currently have 70 students enrolled in our medical pathways. Those are some of the bulleted sub-pathways within the overarching medical pathway, whether it's medical assistant, surgical tech, a pre-professional pathway, or sports medicine. Aviation was also one of our original pathways that we requested, and we currently have 35 students enrolled in our aviation pathway. And then video journalism was also one of the original requests, and we have 55 students currently enrolled in that. And then since that time, we've also added an engineering pathway in partnership with Intimidator, or Toro Group. In addition to that, we had implemented E3 internships and apprenticeship programs annually. So far, we've had roughly 25 students participate in paid internships throughout the county. And this past year, we entered in a partnership with Citizens Bank to have banking in the high school. And so we also have students employed at our bank that is inside Batesville High School. We have multiple business and industry partnerships, and we also partner with the National Apprenticeship Training Foundation. And then we work with UACCB also through their workforce development pathways, and you can see the number of students we have participating in each of those. In addition to all of these internships and apprenticeships, we also try to provide executive functioning skills as we take students through those workforce opportunities so that we better prepare them for what their workforce is going to expect. Our waivers requested, we are simply asking to have all of our current waivers that we have extended just until the end of the charter, when the charter would be renewed, with the addition of class size teaching load. Superintendent Michael Hester and interim principal Kevin Bledsoe asked that this specific waiver be added, which is the one at the top. Reason being, we have seen some growth in our enrollment at the high school, and there are similar schools that are conversion charters that have this waiver, and they feel like it would be better service if we were close for the class size teaching load to be able to go to 180, and instead of 28 in the classroom, they could go to 30. I do believe, according to our legal review, we would also need to add standard 1A.5, and so we would like to request that that be added, but the first one up there would be the only one that would be an addition. All the rest of those are current waivers that we hold with our charter. I do want to let you know, these are some of the progress to our goals. I didn't put all of our goals up here, but one of our goals was to increase the students who will score ready or exceeding in literacy and math by 5% annually. While we are still working to achieve that goal, Batesville High School Charter did receive top 10% growth recognition this year through the Arkansas Department of Education's reward funding. We also, our goal is to increase the number of students earning concurrent college credit and certificates of proficiency annually. We have met that goal, and in addition to that, we also now offer 2 concurrent classes through Lyon College on site for students. We have met our goal of completing at least 1 career development event each year in 9-12, and we will continue to meet that goal. And then also increasing the number of students participating in completing internships or entrepreneurships by 10% annually. I feel like we're on target to meet that goal. We kind of took a dip during COVID where businesses weren't necessarily as comfortable having students come into their business, but we're back to normal now, and we have 26 this year, and I do look for that to increase. So I will answer any questions you guys have.
So we'll have our legal review now, and then right after that, we'll ask questions. Thank you very much.
Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. Like Ms. Douglas said, there's a couple of waivers that the charter needs to add to their application, but I'll go through the legal review. So, and I'll just go down to the list. The class size and teaching load is waiver topic number 1, and they've requested 617 Arkansas Code annotated 617 812 and standard for accreditation 1A6. They'll need to add 1A5 and the DESE rules governing class size and teaching load to fully effectuate that waiver. I don't have any legal concerns with the waiver. Waiver topic number 2 is Arkansas Code annotated 616-102. I have no legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 3 is teacher licensure. Charter's requesting to waive Arkansas Code annotated 615-1004, 617-309, 617-401 at SEC, 617-902, 617-919, standard for accreditation 4D1 and 4F1. The charter will need to add waivers for Arkansas Code annotated 617-418 and 617-908 to fully effectuate that waiver. I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 4 is school counselor. The charter seeking to add standard for accreditation 4E1. They'll need to add 4E2 to fully effectuate that waiver, and I don't have any legal concerns with that waiver. Waiver topic number 5 is gifted and talented. The charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 620-2208C6 and 642-109 and standard for accreditation 2G1. I have no legal concerns with that waiver. And then waiver topic number 6 is library media specialist. This charter seeking to waive Arkansas Code annotated 625-103, 625-104, standard for accreditation 4F1, 4F2, and 2D1. Have no legal concerns with that waiver. I marked all of the waivers that the charter already has in red on the legal review. And my understanding is because they were granted a 5-year charter in October of 2020, that their charter and their waivers will all expire on at the end of the 25-26 school year. And that's it.
Thank you. Questions? Dr. Wright-Murray?
I have a question that may be for our legal, and I could just be overlooking it, but I see on your sheet in the legal review the counselor one, but on their charter amendment request, I'm not finding the counselor.
So that's just an organizational thing. We broke out when we do our legal reviews, those two standards apply to school counselors, so we just made a separate topic for that because sometimes charters ask for school counselor waivers, sometimes they don't. But they're all related to licensure.
Oh, okay.
But we broke them out because sometimes you just need teacher licensure, sometimes you need teachers and counselors, sometimes you need, so superintendents and principals are also broken out like that.
Okay.
It's just an organizational thing.
Okay, so is a school counselor, do you have a school counselor and meet all the requirements of a school counselor?
We do, and on our original request, we do, we actually have 2 full-time school counselors, a career coach, and an academic dean who's also certified school counselor. And so in our original charter, we removed the 2 counselors, and we are happy to do that again, like the 2 standards for accreditation that are in regards to school counselor. We are not asking for that because we have more than enough certified counselors.
Thank you for addressing that. That's just a big priority, especially doing such career-focused education. That's so important. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
So is the only new waiver, the class size waiver, and all these others currently exist? Or are we just?
So all of the ones that are marked in red are the ones that already exist. And so the ones that are remaining in black on your sheet, those are the ones that they're actually adding.
Okay, you're good with all those.
Mhm.
There's no.
Yeah,
big
I don't have
issue.
it. And did you say you already have a school counselor?
No, we don't. And we're not asking for the school counselor waiver.
Okay.
Number 4.
Okay. So they're not asking to include the standard 4E1 and 4E2.
So as far as teaching load is concerned, are you planning on compensating for teaching load?
They haven't to this point currently. Currently we do if they're over 150. The superintendent's request is to go up to 180 with the class size up to 30. And we have charters in our area that are similar to that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is his request.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Scott?
Yes, in regards to engagement within the community, could you describe that upon approval of the waivers, what would that future state look like relative to engagement?
From where we started,
As you move towards, I assume, continuous improvement,
right.
so if waivers are granted, what does that future state look like?
Well, we currently have all of those waivers minus class size teaching loads, so we would continue with our current practice. We are a community school model, so each one of our campuses have a site coordinator, and we work with our community partners, whether it's through lunch and learns or meetings with business partners to start the engineering pathway like that we did with Toro, or host career fairs, or have internships where our students go out into the community. In the past, we had a student who interned with Wade's Heating and Air and then went to work for them after he graduated. So we have a large team of people, from the counselors to site coordinators to career coaches, that work with community partners on various levels, whether it's to bring banking in our schools. At the elementary levels, we have a partnership with First Community Bank to teach financial literacy and banking in schools. So we have a large team that builds those partnerships. We work very closely with our Chamber of Commerce to build those partnerships and build a community around not only Batesville High School Charter, but the school district as a whole.
Thank you.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
Thanks for your presentation. So just for a couple pieces of clarity, looking under teacher licensure, so they're needing to add 2 additional waivers. Can you just give a, again, not familiar with the code, so I'm not quite sure what exactly those are saying.
So 617.418 is the requirement for to teach Arkansas history, and then 617.908 is basically you have to pay teachers out of the teacher salary fund.
Okay. So I think that's back to you. Yeah. So just wanted to clarify that when we're talking about our CTE courses, because I know that you had spoke to that, are you, when possible and when it's appropriate, using the technical permit process to be able to find appropriate teachers for those courses?
Yes.
Okay.
We have our CTE coordinator on site, and I've oversaw that in the past and help her as well. But like our prime example is our aviation instructor is a retired pilot that is doing our coursework, and he's doing an amazing job. But when at all possible, yes, we go through the CTE process.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then just for my clarification, so the 6 waivers that we see here are the only waivers that are associated with the charter?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason why I ask, I know because it's been a bit, but we had a few charters that came before us and had waivers related to digital learning, and so I know that we wanted to be really careful that there was a time restriction on those. And so I'll just kind of be careful if they're carrying forward all of their waivers. I wanted to make sure that wasn't bundled in there somewhere that I didn't see it. So just wanted to be clear on that.
Mr. Reynolds?
So these waivers will, they'll be added to their current charter, and so their charter expires in 25-26. So these waivers would expire with the charter because it's a district conversion charter. And then to your point, all of the waivers that are listed on the legal review are being requested with the exception of the school counselor standard 4E1 and 4E2 is my understanding.
So digital learning is not part of this?
So, yeah, digital learning would be a completely separate process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? I do have one question, and that is for your 4D1 for your licensure waiver, what's the intent? Is it just for career-focused courses like your aviation course that you have, or is it across the board?
Currently, we have across-the-board waivers for licensure.
Okay.
And we do encourage teachers to try to get onto that path, but to obtain an Arkansas license. But currently, we have it for all areas.
Okay. And those that are in core areas, are they all AQT?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions down here? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move we approve the Batesville High School Charter Amendment request as presented, including the waiver request as presented.
I
I second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Congratulations. Give us just a few minutes to fill out our voting sheets. All right, Dr. Wright McMurray.
Voted for, I support Batesville High School's request to amend their existing waivers.
All right, Mr. Scott.
I voted for the Batesville High School charter request because it will remove barriers and set the charter on a better pathway for the benefit of the community.
Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, I voted to approve the Batesville High School Charter Amendment request, including all waivers. Batesville High Charter offers a high-quality and innovative educational program in partnership with local businesses and throughout Independence County.
And Dr. Moore.
I vote to approve the Batesville High School Charter Amendment request and associated waivers. As a former Pioneer, go Pioneers, and Batesville High graduate, I'm pleased to see the college and career readiness opportunities and learning experiences now available to students in the Batesville area. The CTE options will allow students to pursue multiple CTE pathways to a diploma as established in the LEARNS Act.
All right, congratulations. Thank you so much. All right, next up we have our charter review. Do we want to take a quick break or we want to go on through? 5 minutes. Okay, 5-minute break. order. And we're going to have a presentation on charter performance data from Ms. Tiffany Grayer and Mr. Jeffrey Fetters.
Thank you, Dr. Sutherland. My name is Tiffany Grayer. I'm the Director of School Performance and Monitoring within the Office of Public School Accountability here at DESE. I'm responding to some questions that were posed at our last Charter Authorizing Panel meeting. I have given you guys some data, some historical data on the DNF charters and their longitudinal data, their school ratings all the way back to 2017, 2018. And I've also given you, within this presentation, I thought you might be interested in some of the shapes and spreads of our distributions. I found that quite interesting, and some breakdowns of some percentage data of charters. And then I also have some very specific data on the charters that are here today. So we'll get into that as well. If there's any slides in particular that you have questions on, or if you want me to go through this a little quicker, I'll be responsive to your needs here today. So first of all, this is all schools, traditional schools and charters all together. This is the distribution between 2022 and 2023. And as you can see, it kind of fits that normal curve. Most of our schools are at a C. We have a little bit less falling in that A and D range, and then a very minimal amount of schools receiving A's and F's. But when you isolate that to only our charter districts for the last couple of years, you see that distribution is skewed right to where the bulk of our charters are receiving D's. A lesser amount are receiving C's, and then you're kind of evenly distributed between your A's, B's, and F's. So a question was posed by Dr. Moore about percentages of D and F charters as opposed to all schools. So in 2022, we had 11.28% of D or F schools. Out of all schools, 11.28% were charter schools. And in 2023, that percentage increased a little bit to 12.8%. As you can see, if you look at the DRFs, we had a few more. Yes, Mr. Baldwin.
Can we ask questions as we go?
Of course,
Sure.
please.
So when you guys come and present your numbers is always a high point for me, because I love looking at numbers.
Yes, sir.
And so this page is answering some questions that I've always had about charter schools compared to non-charter schools and kind of how it all fits. So just a couple quick questions and maybe a thought also. So I was actually surprised that you had 2023 numbers, so that was a pleasant surprise. Are those new numbers?
Those numbers came out in October.
In October. So 22 and 23 are post-COVID.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So that's good. The when you have the numbers come out, how soon do the schools see those? Have they seen these for some time?
Yes, they became public in October.
In October.
This year we will have a delay because of the change in the state assessment, so we will have to go through standard setting for performance level descriptors as well as standard setting for A through F. So this year we'll have a delay. I believe accountability results will come out February 2025, so it'll be delayed this year. But after that, it'll return to normal.
Is that all public, or is that just to the schools that?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here would be a thought for you that I'd love to see. So
Sure.
So when I look at this, I guess I wonder about the D's and F's, and I wonder what percent. So as a percent of charter schools, I think you just told us it's like 11%. But what is the percent of non-charter schools that are D's and F's to total, to kind of see?
So that would be the complement, is what we would call that in mathematics. So you would just take 100 and subtract the 11.28 or the 12.87, and so that would be the non-charters.
Okay, so I think a chart that shows those comparisons would be.
Sure.
Because one of the things I've always wondered is, are we doing what we need to do?
Absolutely.
And then the other thought is, I know there's different kinds of charter schools, so I wouldn't mind seeing a separate analysis of conversion charters, virtual charters, and open enrollment charters to see if there's a performance difference.
I think that's a
for-
great
for
idea.
those. Yeah.
Jeffrey, you taking notes back there? All right, we got you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And so we,
Sorry. if I could
yes,
just piggyback.
absolutely.
Sorry, if I could just piggyback a little bit off of that. So when I look at the schools that are falling in the CDF range, also thinking about the type of school, I'm curious to see the population of students that those schools are serving. And are they, although they may be falling in the CDF range, is that attributed to the school itself, or is it attributed to the population of students that they're serving, and that even though we may see that letter grade, that may not give the full story of the work that's being done in that school for those students because of the population that they're serving?
So
I hope I'm asking the right question.
you bring up an excellent point, Dr. Wright McMurray. There are about 16, 17 schools, most of them being charters, that are actually exempt from letter grades by rule and law. And those go unaccounted for in this entire discussion. We do currently issue them an ESSA School Index score because they are not exempt from any federal accountability, but we have exempt them from state accountability currently. Going forward, we may be rethinking what could we do to issue them a rating. But currently those schools are exempt. So when we have conversations about D and F, and if you would look at their ESSA School Index score, some of these schools, if they were not exempt from rating, would fall likely in the D or F
Why do we
category.
exempt, and who exempts them? Is it the state board?
That is in rule. It's just like Dr. Wright McMurray was stating. Charters that have an ALE, charters that are serving special, like are serving students that are at risk of dropping out, like more credit recovery focused charters. Those are the types of charters that are currently exempt from our school rating system here in Arkansas.
So Tiffany, I have an additional question related to the comparisons here,
Mhm.
because I did not know like what percent of schools are charter schools out of the total schools. I can look at the ADE data center site and see that district-wise it's around 10%, but as far as schools, what percent of schools are charter? Do you know?
I do not know off the top of my head. So
Maybe SRC, do y'all know? Because I know that the district's 10%.
So
schools may be
it would be
about that
easy
as well.
enough. It would be the sum of,
Say again, I'm sorry. Okay.
yeah, and it would be easy. I mean, it would be the sum of what's on like 12 plus 31 plus 24 plus 13 plus 13. And then you'd sum the greens, take the
Right.
proportion. I could easily find that figure, but this is
I'll
old
do it at
data.
lunch.
This is old data on 2023 results. So if there were any new charters that opened up for this school year, they wouldn't have any accountability data.
Okay, thank you. Just because seeing the like the 11%, 12% numbers, they don't really mean anything to me unless I know what percent of schools are
Our charters,
Like it
gotcha.
doesn't mean anything
Yes.
about that.
And then just on my same question before, sorry.
Mhm.
I also, again, because you know, I also love to highlight our shining stars. Do we have schools that I previously referenced that are in the A/B range? Because I'd like to have that information as well. If there are schools that are designed to serve some of our students that needed some additional supports to have success, are they falling in the A/B range, and would like to have opportunities to see what they're doing to be able to
Yeah,
effectively-
so we could definitely dig into the schools that are exempt from ratings, and we could look at what they would score, a rating that they would receive if they were to have been given a rating. We could definitely do that analysis.
I think what you see is we're excited about more granular data to see how the charters are performing. As you hear us talk and share our ideas, how long would it take you all to put this together?
We have most of the data, and I'm a mathematician by heart, so it doesn't take me long to run the numbers. We could definitely bring that to the next charter panel meeting if that would be your desire.
Now, I've heard, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you've been trying to get in.
Why don't you finish up, David?
I've heard the secretary say a few times that he's looking at new ways to measure performance. Is all this gonna be out of date soon, or is that, just an ongoing discussion?
We'll be running accountability 3 different ways almost next year, because we're going to have a new A to F system. We're going to be looking at running ESSA under a new formula, but we're also going to be running ESSA under an old formula because we have a lot of schools right now that are federally identified, and we're going to talk about that here in just a minute. But to exit under federal identification, we're going to be using the old score or the old formula just for comparability, so that the schools that are currently federally identified, they will exit under that old formula just for more fairness.
And I can give you the exact percentage. It's 10% for charter schools, yeah.
Thank you, Matthew. Dr. Sutherland, sorry.
So real quickly, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Grayer. Tiffany, I love the discussion we're having here. One thing that jumps out at me is that we sometimes use just the word charter and don't differentiate district conversion versus open enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
So as we go down this pathway of digging into the data, love the fact that we can also have some differentiation there, number one. Number two, it would be ideal if we had a better understanding of the length of the contracts. For example, some have been existing, just launched, some have been around for a while, so having some intel on that would be helpful as we move forward as well.
That's great. Yes, we will try to do a better job in the future of distinguishing between open enrollment and district conversion, and all of this is really good feedback for us.
Clarifying question.
Yes.
And you said it earlier, but I just don't recall what you said. Does this include the conversion charters?
Yes.
It does?
This is all charted.
So all means
So
all.
we're kind of getting used to a new mindset of kind of distinguishing between the two, and charters being looked at differently than traditional schools. So we're kind of getting used to the new lingo in-house
So
too.
when you said 10%, did that include
That's,
conversion?
that
as
includes
well?
conversions,
Okay.
yeah.
So 10% applies to this
Yeah.
then. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So this includes all grade spans, this data that we've looked at so far, but to me, the data got even more interesting when I started breaking the data down by grade span. So next we're going to look at just elementary schools. And when I say grade span, there's lots of different grade ranges that can fall into grade spans, and we have those charts available on the school performance website. But generally you're going to be looking at, this could be anything from a K1, K2, K5. These are anything that falls into that elementary grade span. So here are the all schools. And guys, the reason that we're seeing the normal distribution when you get to all schools, first of all, this distribution pre-pandemic was skewed to the left, where we had more A, B, and C schools. But this is also due to the law of large numbers. When you start getting more and more schools involved in the sample size, then you are going to, your distribution will start to normalize naturally. But when we shrink that number down and have a smaller sample size, that's when you'll start seeing some skewness occurring. So when you look at the elementary charters, this really kind of opened my eyes to see, if you remember back, there were 12 charters that were Fs out of all charters. And so this is really telling of where the charters are needing their support. It's at the elementary level. And that could also be an effect of the pandemic. If you think about the students that missed the instructional time, that was really at the elementary level. So when we're thinking about what do students need, what do schools need, this is where I think we really need to hone in our efforts and supports. is at the elementary level with our charter schools.
Do you see the same, so this is a disturbing graph, maybe the
Yes,
most
it is.
disturbing graph that you have in here.
Yes.
So my thought is, once again, comparing to all schools, when you look at non-charter schools, do you see the same spike up for the D's and F's in elementary, or is it different for the non-charters?
Well, I don't think it would be the same because you would only have 52 there that would be non-charter, and for the D's, that would be around 90 that would be non-charter in the D range.
So then the question is, why
Right.
are the charters experiencing that? And
That's
maybe it goes
right.
back to Dr. Wright McMurray's question about population served,
Mm-hmm.
and that would be interesting to know why.
Yes.
that
And I
is.
mean, I think that would take a deeper dive into, are there high quality instructional materials being used? Are the educators receiving high quality professional development? I think those are the types of supports and that we need to look at, particularly at those 10 charters. And you guys have the list of charters that are DNFs, but I think that's the type of things that we need to look at. Wraparound services for students with special needs, ELLs, anyone with an IEP, those types of services. What are they doing at those schools for the students that need or that are at risk for academic failure?
I'm thinking back to Dr. Wright McMurray's point, and let's not lose sight of the schools that are performing well, and perhaps there's some lessons learned that we
Absolutely.
can actually leverage as we move
Yes.
forward.
Yes. So what's going on at those 3A elementaries or the 3B elementaries, and what can we learn from what's going on within those schools?
Did these graphs surprise you guys that are professional educators, or
It surprised me
did it?
when I ran the data that
Especially
it
at the elementary level, that really does.
yes.
I don't know so much as, it just makes it even clearer the amount of work that needs to be done, because we have to remember that our kiddos that are in elementary, that's the foundation, and if that's broken, then that's where we see our challenges at middle, high school and beyond, so, yeah, it's pretty disheartening to
Yes.
see that kind of data. Yep. So, but I guess so back to that other question, so like say we have the 3 that are A's, what opportunities are available for the 3 A's to share with the C's and D's and F's what they're doing to be an A? And then again, it goes back to the question, are they comparable? So if they go and talk to the C's and D's and F's, can they apply what they're sharing with them? Because do they have populations of students? Do they have same resources that the other ones would have that they would be able to mimic?
Yeah. So as far as the K-8 accountability system, there's not vast changes that are happening, where I think there would be some comparability that could happen with our K-8 system. The main focus has and always will be on the achievement and growth of students. So if they're focused on good teaching and learning within their buildings, that was the focus of our as a school index and our A to F, and that will be the focus going forward. We're just streamlining and taking some of the distractors out of the system. So if they are truly focused on good instruction, then that will transfer well into the new system.
And I think it'd also be interesting, and I know we looked at the chart before of the schools that were DNF schools. I think a lot would speak to potentially the location and the surrounding non-charter schools. If you were looking at that comparable, I think you might see, it might not be as shocking to us if we saw
Yes.
the similar geographies, because a lot of our charters are purposely put in areas where students are being underserved.
Yes.
And so it could be unfair to charters to look at this without looking at the geography and the students who are being served
Yes.
as well.
We also have a project going on right now. We're kind of expanding on our Schools on the Move idea, and we're going out and doing some on-site videos, similar to what do they do with the Schools of Innovation? They do the video series with the Schools of Innovation, and it's a similar project that we're doing with Schools on the Move, where we can actually go on site, talk to the instructional leaders, and find out what are the best practices that they're using at the different schools that have made great strides. That might be something that Charter Panel might be interested in for some of these A schools or B schools, is to go out and actually kind of interview the schools, find out what they're doing, and come back with some videos that we could host on the website for some of the struggling charters to view. So let's look at middle school again. You're kind of seeing that more even distribution, that normal distribution going on. Far less Fs at the middle school overall amongst the whole state. When we look at the charter breakdown, only one charter is falling as an F in the middle school grade span, lots of Cs and Ds. Only 2 A's here, but there were 0 in 2022, so that's an improvement in B's. But a lot of the comparability, there's overall more charters, obviously, because there's more A's, more B's, more C's, more D's, same number of F's. So that's because there's not always the same number of charter schools each year. Some of them will rescind their charters, will open up new charters, that type of thing. So the percentage of DNFs have increased in 2023, but that percentage is a little bit swayed, just because that obviously a new charter opened somewhere and got into that category.
Mr. Baldwin.
So I just had another thought, and I apologize for all this.
Oh, you're good.
I enjoy what you're showing us because it's the beginning of doing something.
Yes.
That needs to be done. So, my thought in looking at the charter middle schools is I'm wondering, are the 10, it was 3, it was 8 C's, and then you go up to 10 D's, and then you drop down to F's. So I'm wondering if some of those 10 D's are going to be F's next time you run are they on the way to F, or maybe are they on the way to C? And so sometimes in banking you put an arrow to show the trajectory of the grade.
Okay.
So if a bunch of these charters on the way to F, that would be good to know right now before they get to be an F. Or are they going the other way, which would also be good to know. And it would be good to know actually for all the things, having that directional arrow.
Okay.
Maybe. Think about that.
Yes, sir. That's something that's going to be hard to predict, because our A to F rating scales have been the same since 2018. We have not changed the scales, but the scales will change this year. So it's going to be very hard to predict. Like in past years, if I went and talked to a school, I would say, oh, you're 3.97 points away from the next letter grade. There's no way for me to tell you that this year, because we're changing the cuts. This is the high school. This is all of our schools in the state of Arkansas. More C's than anything. It's a little less normal because you have far fewer B's and D's, and then very few F's and very few A's.
Tiffany, forgive me. The slide before was one school.
One school was an F.
Both years. Do we know if it's the same school?
We can get that information. Jeffrey, do you know off the top of your head? Can you look at that spreadsheet? Jeffrey will find out for you. So on the high schools, charters, again, only one F charter high school for both consecutive years. We've got far more C's and D's. We took a decline in the number of B's, but the C's, it looks to me like we had a decline from B to C in the high school charters. The D's kind of maintained, and the A's went up a little bit. So some of the B's may have went to A, but it looks like most of them went in the opposite direction. Maybe a D went to a C. Again, I would say that the elementary, again, would be my greatest concern, just because the number of Fs.
So, maybe also next time y'all share, and, you know, I'll geek out on the math part with you, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
But on this, it may be interesting to look at percents instead of raw numbers. Since the raw numbers are changing year to year, it might make it easier for comparison to see the
Okay.
percents.
And these percents are the number of charters that are DNFs out of all schools. We also looked at percentages of schools that are DNF out of all schools, and then of the charter schools, how many were DNF. So
like, go back to that previous graph.
So this is different data.
So on that, I'm saying like the bar graph part, like the ARC 5, 8, 11, 6, those are all raw numbers. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying for the bar graph to be percents might make it visually easier to compare.
Okay.
Because right now, I can't really tell that the fact that it goes up doesn't necessarily mean it goes up if the fact that there are more schools now.
Right.
So
Gotcha. So
percentage-wise.
I think this data is on the next slide, maybe.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, so Jeff and I debated. We were like, I think she wants this, and I was like, no, I think she wants this. And I was like, well, we're going to give her both, because you can look at the problem two different ways.
Yeah.
So, the percentages that I gave were out of all schools, out of all the DNF schools, how many were charters? So these are the percentages that are on the slides. Jeff was looking at it.
Isolating charters and saying almost half of all charter schools are.
Yeah, out of all the charter schools, how many were DNF? So if you look at all the charter schools in 2023, 63% of all charters were DNF, and that is open enrollment and district conversion. 46%. Out of all charter schools, elementary charter schools, 63% of those are DNF. Out of all charters, middle schools, 46% are DNF, and out of all high schools, 39% are DNF. So we looked at the problem two different ways and gave the data from two different perspectives.
So I think having the granular information on this would be really important, because you could, you know, if you just see this and say, well, 63% of all charter schools are DNF, we just need to stop doing charter schools and go back to something else. And I think that would be a bad outcome for that percentage. So having the granularity and looking at the population served and all the things that we've talked about, I think would cause a different outcome. So I'm excited that you all are going to dig into that. And then the other thought I have when I see this, you know, we at the charter panel, we do a lot of work on charter amendments and waiver requests. That's mainly what we do.
Yes.
I think there's a consideration possibly for the panel to expand itself. I don't know how that's done, but get into more of this. I think this is the more, you know, high level responsibility of a state panel to help with this if we can. And I know you all at DESI do this too, so you know, there's a distinction. But I would love. I think you see by the interest of the panel, we would all love to be part of something like this, something proactive, positive, helpful, you know, for the schools out there.
Well, we are always pleased to help in any way. I'm also hoping with the streamlining of our assessment system that we'll have more streamlined interim assessment data that we can progress monitor throughout the year. Everybody, K through 10 basically is going to a streamlined assessment system, and we'll also so we'll be able to kind of progress monitor from the state side on all of our districts. I think that'll help a lot they'll even have, you know, the interim assessments and the classroom formative tools that they can use. So I think that will help us, you know, not just be looking at summative data, but also looking at that formative data throughout the year. So next up, we have just a quick overview of the districts that you've called here today, and any school performance related issues that, that these districts may have. So Arkansas Lighthouse Academies is the first district. This district has been identified for directed support for 2023, and that directed support has to do with their number of, or percentage of students for the district that are in need of support for reading. So any district in the state of Arkansas that has over 50% or more in need of support for reading falls into level 4 directed support. They had 50.55. So with some work, they may reduce that percentage in the upcoming year. They're right at the line and fall maybe into coordinated support. That would be the desire. Jacksonville, actually that should not even be on there anymore. Oh, yes it should. Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary Academy was notified this year, 2023, for targeted support and improvement for their students with disabilities subgroup. And what targeted support and improvement means for a school is that it has a subgroup of students that has been consistently underperforming based on the state's definition. And consistent underperforming means that for the current year and 2 prior years, that subgroup has fell in the bottom 1% of all Title I schools. So there's about 840 Title I schools. So if you took 10% of that, that'd be 84. 1% of that would be 9, roughly. So we'd line up all the ESSA school index scores, look for the 9th school, and anyone whose ESSA school index score for a subgroup fell below that score, they would get notified. Okay, I think we notified 53 schools this year. And we notified for students with disabilities, we notified 4 schools for economically disadvantaged and 2 for African American. This is their longitudinal data. As you can see, pre-pandemic, the letter grades looked a little bit better here. It's just been post-pandemic that the Lighthouse Elementary has been in that F status, and the high school has fell into the D status. So, but that's tracking all the way back to 2017. For Founders, Founders High School Online was cited this year for standard 1C.1.1. They did not test 95% of their all students group for ELA and math during the spring of 2023 statewide summative assessment. Their elementary online and their high school online, neither one of those schools met their participation requirements, and both have been placed on a participation plan of support for this school year because of their all students group. What that entails is that we will request that they test within the first 2 weeks of the testing window, that they start doing their makeups immediately following. We are going to request that they do their assessment corrections during the first week of the corrections window, and that they attend all required trainings by the assessment unit and by the school performance unit, so that we can help them meet that 95% threshold this year. This is their first year of being cited. And then we have their historical data as well, and Jeffrey did a really good job of putting this together for me. It shows that in 2019, these schools were not in operation. For Friendship, Friendship as a district, was identified in 2023 for directed support. They had 56.49% of their students in need of support for reading, and we also have their historical school rating data here. And as you can see, they also did not have any pre-pandemic ratings data because they were not in operation at that time. That's one of the tricky things about looking for historical information on charters, is sometimes you just don't have it. Scholar-Made Achievement Place of Arkansas was also identified in 2023 for directed support. They had 60.58% of students in need of support for reading. And we also have their historical data, which for one school, Ivy Hill was in operation starting in 2019. Nichols and Prodigy, we only have data going back to 2022. We may have ESSA data prior to that, but in 2020 we had no data because we did not have a statewide summative. And in 2021, it's important to remember that we waived letter grades, but we did run an ESSA school index score that year. That's all I have. Any other questions?
I'll just point out, like, to my comment earlier, that it's important to look at the context of the charters and what community they're serving. For one of the examples that you just showed, that the elementary had an F and the high school had a D, I believe that was order. I looked at the public school in that area, and it was the exact same letter grades.
Yeah.
And our hopes is that charters would increase the student achievement. Of course, that's our hopes, but it wasn't. I just want to make it clear that it's not like the public school was outperforming.
Absolutely.
Either way, so just to be fair.
For sure.
But I do think it will be interesting.
State your name and your role.
I'm Jeffrey Fetters of School Performance and Monitoring. Thank you. Mr. Baldwin's point about getting granular with the methodology, it may be interesting to see if virtual platforms are performing at a better rate amongst those 63% of elementary schools. So we'll look at that and give you more information about not just populations, but maybe is it an ALE, is it a district conversion, something like that. So we will get that information. Thank you. Great idea.
And to Mr. Baldwin's earlier point, it might be interesting to look at the waivers in relation to the performance as well.
Yes, that is a good idea too.
Other comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me here today, and we look forward to coming back and bringing you more data to review.
Thanks. All right, so next on our agenda, we have Founders Classical Elementary Online Charter Review. Will those who plan on speaking, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you may begin.
Good morning. Thank you guys for having us here. My name is Susan Provenza, and I am the state director for Founders Classical Academies of Arkansas with Responsive Ed Arkansas. So at the December CAP meeting, there were a lot of questions about data and letter grades and how that was all going, and so that's why I'm here, is to help address some of those questions and answer some of the questions that you guys posed in that meeting. So here's kind of the outline of what I plan to cover today with regard to those questions. So the purpose of our charter is to provide students across the state with a high-quality college preparatory virtual education that includes best digital learning practices and adequate wraparound support on their journey to high school graduation and further higher education. We also want to provide flexibility to students and families in their pursuit of a college preparatory education, and we want to increase the impact of Founders Classical Academies across Arkansas through an innovative, high-quality virtual education experience. Our pillars within Founders are knowledge. We believe that the pursuit of knowledge is a never-ending and is never-ending, and we set the foundation for students to be lifelong learners. Virtue, we believe knowledge alone does not make a good citizen. The shaping of a student's heart is more important than the shaping of their mind. I like to say there are a lot of really well-educated, smart individuals out there making terrible decisions, and we want our students to have the heart to make great decisions. And then liberty. We believe liberty is necessary for citizens to live and participate in a free and just republic. The mission for Responsive Ed Arkansas is to provide hope to students through educational options that promote a free society and cultivate moral and academic excellence. And similarly, the mission for Founders Classical Academy is that we seek to provide a well-rounded education that is distinctively classical, and it does three things. It pursues knowledge, it promotes virtue, and it prepares students for prosperous lives in a free society. So when you're looking at our Founders Classical Academy online elementary school, we received an F for last year in terms of our letter grade. This was the first year for this campus, and at that campus we served grades 4 through 6. So obviously, as was stated earlier, you know, we received this information in October, and our first thing that we do at any of our schools when we get our letter grades is do a deep dive into why. Whether it's an A school, and we have several of those, or whether it's a D or an F school, we want to know what is it that we're doing right and what areas do we need to work on in terms of growth. So we really took a dive into our challenges, and we could kind of narrow it down to these 3 categories: literacy, attendance, and student academic achievement and growth. So in terms of literacy, 20% of our elementary students scored ready or exceeds in reading. In terms of attendance, we had a pretty low score on our student engagement SQSS indicator, which was 21.43. And then in terms of our academic achievement and growth, we had a score of 5 for weighted achievement indicator, which placed us in the lower achievement, lower growth quadrant. And you guys also should have a copy of my narrative that has some pretty charts in there for you too, if you want to take a look at those. So something that's interesting to know as well is number of kiddos that we're actually talking about when you start looking at some of these numbers, and I'll get into that as we go. So challenges that were contributing to that overall score, like I said, it was our very first year, so we're navigating some of those challenges. We served grades 4 through 6. We had 4 students total. So low testing percentages there. We had 1 who refused to test. We had 1 who didn't show up for all of them. We had lots of various things that were going on there that contributed to some of that. In terms of our goals that are in our charter, this is what we want to see. So we want to meet or exceed the state average in overall literacy, and our goal is that 80% of students who attend our school for 2 or more years are going to perform at or above the 75th percentile on a nationally normed assessment, such as NWEA MAP. For literacy right now, what we're looking at, 75% of students demonstrated growth from fall to winter MAP. So I wanted to give you guys some like real-time numbers this year. Okay, yeah, we got an F last year. What are we doing about it? Okay, so here's some real-time numbers. We've got 75% of our students who are demonstrating growth in literacy, which is really good. We want to see that continue. We've got 20% of our students last year who were ready or exceeds on ACT Aspire in reading. So that's where we're getting that 20% of our kids are reading on grade level piece. In terms of math, again, kind of the same goal that we want to have there for math. And again, we're seeing 75% of our students this year right now who have demonstrated growth from the fall to the winter on MAP. And here's a fun thing to know is that typically in most schools across the state, kids actually dip from fall to winter. I don't know if you guys know that, but they do. We don't know why. It's cold outside. They're not getting enough sunshine. I don't know. But they typically dip. So for our students to go up is very encouraging for us. This one's kind of a scary number, but last year on the ACT Aspire, we did not have any students who were in the ready or exceeds category. But remember, we're talking about 4 kids. So that's something to consider. And then our third goal is we want to meet or exceed the state average in science. And I don't have like a number percentage there. When we wrote these goals, science was kind of a struggle across the state for everyone. And so I just kind of went a little bit generic on that. But we want to demonstrate measurable student success in science. And again, we've got 67% of our current students who have demonstrated growth from fall to winter MAP. And 33% of students were ready or exceeds last year on the Aspire. I did want to give you some student counts for Aspire so that you could see that as well. where the students fell in terms of what
Can I-
grade were they in.
Can I pause you for just a second?
Oh, of
Sorry.
course, yes, sorry.
Mr. Baldwin has a question.
What you're talking about is really interesting and well considered. But you said something earlier, I just wanted to follow up.
You got it.
That there's four students in this class, so all these percentages are based on 4 kids. So 25% means one child.
There you go.
Is that part of the issue? Is just the
Absolutely.
low number of kids?
Huge part of the issue.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure, of course. Yeah, feel free to interrupt me. I'll get going, and so just wave at me or something. Okay, so these are the student counts, and then these are the content areas and where they were in terms of were they exceeding or ready, or were they close or in need of support. So students who came to us from a traditional learning environment improved academically from their previous year's assessment. We did want to know that. So the kids that were coming to us, what were they coming to us with, basically, was the question we were asking. And what we found, and again, we're only talking about 4 kids, so I don't want to drill down too far into that for confidentiality reasons, but what we have found is that the students who came to us from a traditional learning environment actually got better when they were with us. Innovations. So classical education in an online environment is something that is unique and different and a little bit unusual, and we're the only school in the state who's offering it right now. We have a lot of student engagement opportunities going on in our campuses, high dosage tutoring, personalized learning. We make sure that we've got some learning mentors that are assisting our students with time management and course progress. We know that's really important in an online environment to keep those kids engaged. We have learning facilitators that are available for one-to-one tutoring opportunities whenever a student needs it, and also for specific concepts that they need to have reinforced. We've got subject area knowledge assessments and map data that assist the instructional team to design personalized pathways for learning for each student. We think all of that is contributing to those kids that are growing while they're with us. Scheduling flexibility is obviously something that's important. Providing emergent technology. We've got a dedicated support team, and they assist the students with any issues that they're having in terms of their tech and equipment needs. And then to add engagement and a sense of community for students, we make sure that we've got clubs and enrichment activities included in the regular schedule. So how are we being true to our mission statement? Founders Classical Academy has a proven track record of providing a high-quality classical education that emphasizes increased levels of content learning while instilling qualities of scholarly perception and response to that content. And this methodology is teacher-directed. Educators are focused on teaching those students to think for themselves, analyze and integrate learning as relevant to everyday life. And while we know we've got some room for improvement, we are committed to continuing to be the only online classical education program in the state and continuing to get better at that. In terms of the classical difference, we use a research-based phonics curriculum with proven results in early literacy acquisition. Our sister schools in Northwest Arkansas, in Bentonville and Rogers, those elementary schools, they're 2 of the 3 charter elementaries that were A's. And this is what we do, and this is what we're implementing in our online program as well, so we expect to see some pretty fantastic results. A world-class math program focusing on acquiring mathematical thinking skills, comprehensive history and science curriculum providing a strong knowledge foundation for future reading and research, emphasis on critical thinking and inquiry, virtue-centered curriculum and instructional method that teaches students effective habits for success in college, career, and life. So how are we performing compared to other schools and charters in the area? Just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a picture there. We're an online environment, so these are all the other online schools that we could get a hold of that were kind of comparable to us, although enrollment numbers vary at the different campuses. In terms of our improvement plan, so what are we doing? Literacy, one of the things that we did was we wanted to make sure that our curriculum maps were completely and totally aligned in terms of literacy instruction to improve reading for 4 through 6. This year we added grades K through 3. And so with the addition of that, we have implemented some research-based curriculum, and we conduct daily synchronous reading lessons. And then we also have small group reading sessions. And then students all have scored above the benchmark on DIBELS, that's current data. receiving support from state-appointed literacy coach as well. Implemented more efficient procedures for taking attendance. Attendance is really important. We all know that. Student engagement is key. And so we have perfected that. We learned a lot in our first year. In terms of remediation, we implemented the REACH, which is Reviving Educational Aspirations and Cultivating Hope program, to more closely monitor and support students who are not engaging with school. And then achievement and growth. We've got instructional team, which consists of coaches, learning facilitators, learning mentors, and they're all working together to implement quality instruction. And we've also focused on some target professional development as well. So results so far. This is some map data for you that is current year, achievement and growth. And it is for the various categories, so you have your little legend over to the side so that you know what you're looking for and what you're looking at. But the really important quadrant is the green one. That's where you want the majority of your kids, which is high achievement and high growth. We want them scoring well, and we also want them improving, even if they're already achieving at a great spot. Little additional information for you guys. So 75% of our students in grades K-6 met their projected growth from fall 23 to winter 24 in reading. 75% of our students in K-6 met projected growth from fall to winter in math. And those percentages are based on our current enrollment. We've got 8 students right now. That's different from our initial 4 students, and it's different grade levels too. And then 67% of our students in grades K-6 met projected growth in science. All of our students in K-2 scored above the benchmark for literacy in DIBELS. In terms of our goals and outcomes, like I said, we evaluated this information back in October and immediately got to work on improvement plans. Here are some of the things that we've done and where we see ourselves going. In December and January, we started implementing interventions. In January, we also implemented some additional coaching in terms of state assessments. Those are happening in March and April. In May and June, we're going to pull some end of the year data that we have for our NWA map. We know that we're not going to have state assessment data for a minute, and that's okay. We'll be patient. And then our goal is to increase by at least 1 letter grade. And we know that that may not actually be in the fall when we get that information. That's okay too. So that's our goal. Happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Dr. Moore?
So I had just a couple of questions. You mentioned that students improved from how they came to you. Were these students in Tryon, and did your report include the actual growth? Because since your N is less than 10, when I look on your report card, I can't see.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's fun data, isn't it?
Yeah. So do you know what your growth was?
In terms of this, like the individual students when they came in, what their growth was?
Your overall growth index.
No, but I might have it. Dennis, do you happen to have that? No. Ask the question one more time.
So like on your assessments, it'll look at achievement, and then it also looks at growth.
Right.
And so I was wondering if it had anything for growth, since you didn't have, I don't know, since you were in a school before, how that works, but if the students were in Tryon, maybe those scores follow them.
Yes, they did. Okay, so now I know what you're asking. Okay, so we did look in Tryon, and that was how we determined on that one slide where I told you that the students who came to us are actually improving with us, and that was based on their MAP data, is how we based that growth.
But on MAP, okay.
So you had to manually calculate that?
We did,
Yeah.
you betcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was for my question.
Yep.
And then another question, when I was looking for those things, I was looking at some other things on your accountability reports. And one of the factors is student is unable to complete learning activities due to poor internet and residence. And 4 out of 4 were answered yes on that. So I was just wondering, has internet been an issue? Because apparently that was a response of yes by all 4 students. Have you had trouble with students being able to submit assignments due to internet or to engage due to internet?
So I think that initially some of that was one of the things that we have done this year in terms of improvement is to have that dedicated tech team that we have put in place that not only provides them with devices and anything that they would need in terms of that, but then they're also at the ready to answer questions and to help them submit their assignments, log on, engage in live sessions, all of that.
Okay, so
Yep.
you know, moving forward, you think that won't be an issue
Correct.
as much?
Oh, yeah, and we sent out hotspots as well. Yep, that was another solution to that
Okay.
problem.
Great. That's all my questions at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Any questions for me, Dr. Murray?
Do. So thinking back to the 4 students that you said that you were able to serve last year, I think you said maybe 2 of them came from a more traditional learning environment. Is that what you?
I think all 4 of them were in traditional learning environments previously.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because I didn't understand it when you said it before. It's almost like you said, it's like you were saying that there were some that came from traditional learning environments and some that didn't, and that you had better outcomes with those
Oh, gotcha.
that came from a traditional learning environment.
No, so the students who came to us based on their traditional learning environment improved with us while they were there.
Okay.
Yeah, with us, yes. Now, we did have one student, I believe, who was basically unschooled. Like, we could not find a lot of background information on that student.
Okay. So then that leads to my question. So when you have students that come to you in those types of environments or situation, I know that you kind of outlined how you're going to provide supports and kind of close gaps for students that are from traditional learning environments. But can you speak to, if you have a student that is like the one you mentioned, what are some things you guys have thought about that you need to do to make sure that that student is also coming along with their peers and meeting their level of growth?
Absolutely. So particularly with the instructional team that we have implemented in terms of the student engagement, because what we're learning about students who come to us that are not accustomed to going to school is that they need additional support in terms of student engagement. They need to understand why it's important. Why do I have to log on? Why do I have to participate and engage? Why do I have to do these things? So that one-to-one coaching that we have going on is really assisting with that and those students.
And part of the logging on process, so what are some steps beyond if you have students that are not complying with appropriately logging on like they should, the appropriate attendance? Is there opportunity for them to be brought in somewhere? Is there a brick and mortar option? Is there an option for them to sit down and work with someone face to face? What are the next steps if you have someone that is continuously not appropriately logging into the online portal or system?
Absolutely.
I don't mind helping
Yeah,
out. Dennis Felsen, Director of Virtual Learning. One of the things is we're just trying to assess the situation. Dr. Moore kind of brought that up to make sure, is there something as far as technology that's going on that may be hindering you? There's something going on in the home that may be hindering you from being successful. After we find that information out, we do have intervention. We talked about the learning facilitators and mentors that's constantly checking in. Part of that, if we realize that we do have a brick and mortar location that is accessible to that student and that family feels like that's the best option, then we're able to facilitate those conversations. But most importantly, we want to identify what are the barriers that are holding the student or family back, and then what are the supports we need to put in play. And the only thing I was going to add to Susan's response is we do realize there's an onboarding process when dealing with a virtual student, and so I brag on our team. They have strategically put a process together to do the onboard, the orientation of this is what it's going to take to be successful in the virtual environment. And just recently as last week, we started having conversations around what does parent workshops look like? How do we engage with parents to get them to help to be able to support an online learner?
And then just my last question. So the 4 last year, and then you moved to K-6, and so you're up to 8 this year. So do you anticipate that you're gonna kind of stay in that range, or do you have a...
Definitely not the goal.
Okay, because my thought and my concern is that we'll continuously have this repeated issue when you have such a small number of students you're pulling data from. If you have 1 or 2 that don't do well, then it vastly skews all your other. So
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to get a sense of what to expect going forward.
Absolutely. So we've increased a lot of our marketing in the state in order to basically get the attention of families who might want to participate in the kind of learning that we're offering. And so our goal definitely is to increase that enrollment. And that is something that we are working on daily.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, actually, Mr. Felton spoke to something that I thought is near and dear. You mentioned just the word barriers. Do you have a keen understanding now of some of the barriers you're facing as you work to, you've identified SMART goals, but to get to that level of success that you'd like to have, can you speak at all to any of those barriers that are known?
Yeah, I think one I can speak to that's kind of prevalent, especially in the virtual environment, is technology. You realize that in a lot of homes, some students don't have reliable emerging technology, and so we've made sure that a part of the onboarding process, we identify if a family's having connectivity or doesn't have emerging technology and getting that technology in the home. The other thing is, I guess I can mention the learning coaches and facilitators. We realize that some of these students, their parents are doing other things at home or maybe taking care of, have other responsibilities. And so the mentors and the coaches are kind of like that champion, that learning coach, that student coach is just cheering them on, making sure they have issues. Because we know even if it's something simple as I'm having trouble accessing or downloading this or can't log into this device, students can become frustrated. So we've implemented a tech support where students get immediate feedback, whether they're having issues with the assignment, whether it's academic based or tech based.
Okay, thank you. As we know, much of the intel that we capture goes into the planning effort. So the whole premise behind parents becoming equal partners in the child's education, especially in the online world, love to better understand the data that you are gathering that help ultimately build up to that level of intel that help you make those business decisions. So can you speak at all to your engagement planning effort in regards to increasing parents as equal partners?
Yes, so we have kind of like these ongoing meetings where we're kind of looking at the overall data. And so just recently in our latest meeting, one of the things we were looking at is like we distribute a newsletter to our parents. And so you know how important communication is in the virtual platform. And we have been seeing a high percentage of parents, because it gives us a report of the parents that actually open that communication up and read it. And so now we're in the steps of designing what does that look like, or opportunities for parents to engage directly with the school as far as workshops and things of that nature. And I know we're talking about elementary, but she also has high school students as well. So we were thinking about what does a virtual FAFSA workshop look like for those families that need assistance for things like that in regards to post-secondary opportunities.
Very good. Just wondering to add on to that, there's survey data typically that's asked, just findings from any of the survey data that you provide would be huge. Thank you.
Mr. Baldwin?
So the small number of students is a unique challenge, and I'm pleased you've doubled that size. And I think you were asked a question about what size are you going for? Is there a number out there that you could share that is your goal for the virtual learning?
Sure. Well, we have a cap at 500, so we're not going to get any bigger than that as of right this second, unless we come back and ask for more kids. So that, I mean.
But do you have a goal for next year and the year after, and kind of working up towards the cap? Or?
Yes, we do. I don't have that with me, but I know.
Like Susan said, we got 500 cap. So long as it's a solid number that we're looking at next year, we'd love to get 100 students.
Okay.
One of the things that we've tried to beat ourselves up about is she's offering a very unique program to a unique group of students. And we know, I think we got about 40 to 45 students in that school. And as we engage with parents and find out their interests, we figure out that these families are interested in a virtual school, but just not a virtual school, a virtual classical school. And so we're trying to stay committed to our mission and vision and Fowler's Classical Academy, as well as being responsive to those families that want this option
4 students that you have, I guess as you were talking, I was wondering if they were rural, if they lived in a rural environment or a urban environment. It goes back to the technology question.
I actually have that information. Give me 5 seconds and I'll find it. Yes, so with the current student population, we have, 4 of our kids are in the Northwest Arkansas area, Prairie Grove, Bentonville, and Gravette specifically. We have 4 of our students in Central Arkansas, Little Rock, and Benton specifically, and then we have 1 student in Northeast Arkansas, Jonesboro.
So they're all in areas that should have good internet access, you would think.
Yeah, you would think.
And sometimes, maybe not.
You never know, right?
I like it that you're gonna identify that on the front end, and I like your plan, your improvement plan. I'm glad that you all developed that right away, and so it looks like you're making steps and pay attention to the things that will make a difference.
So,
So I get that. Yeah, trade that out.
Dr. Reitenmurray?
so thinking back to you said you had one student who just refused to test. So, how do you correct that, or how are you working to correct that? 'Cause I mean, you just like, how do you? I'm just trying
You
to
wanna
figure out
talk
how
about
do you correct someone to say you're not gonna test.
Good question. So one of the things that Arkansas is allowing to happen this year is students to be able to take the test remotely. And so in particular, this student had a lot of anxiety about actually going into a larger setting in a larger classroom to engage in the assessment. And so with this ability, we're hoping that this student can take the assessment in the comfort of their own home with somebody that's proctoring it from our side that meets all the rules of the assessment. And so we're hoping that changes. The student literally was fearful of the anxiety of getting out of the car. I think that student actually drove to the school. They were at the location.
They were at the location.
And they wouldn't get out
would
the
not get out
car.
of the
And so we were hoping that relieves that anxiety about being able to take the assessment, and most importantly, hopefully performance-wise, right? You're in a comfort, you're in an environment you're comfortable in, and so we hope that students are able to put their best foot forward.
Dr. Moore, did you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
So I did have one question, and that was in looking at the 20% of students, and then looking at the literacy rates. I know that you likely have a literacy coach that's been assigned to you, is that correct?
Yes,
So-
we also have a district literacy coach too that we
Okay,
implemented
but you have
for
a
all of our
state
schools.
one,
And we have a
too?
state one too.
Okay.
We do.
What level of access do they have to the curriculum and the ability to sort of help facilitate that?
Oh, tons. We had a great meeting with her the other day,
Okay.
actually, about it to get some feedback from her on how that was all going and how is it working with the teachers and all of that, and
Oh, that's
glowing reviews from
Good.
her. So we were
Good.
glad to hear that.
great. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Well, thank you very much. We
You're very
appreciate
welcome.
you coming today.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Scholar Made. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you very much.
Good morning. I am Dr. Phyllis Nichols Anderson. I am the CEO founder of Scholar Made Achievement Place of Arkansas, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to talk today about our academic performance last year. Letter grades are mostly an indicator of the population that the school is serving. Dr. Sarah McKenzie from the Director of Office of Education Policy, University of Arkansas. So who are we serving? We are 96% economically disadvantaged, 96% African American, 29% of the students who scored in the need support category in reading and science were students with disabilities or characteristics of dyslexia. So we were asked to compare, to provide comparative data to comparable schools, and Scholar-Made elementary schools earned a higher overall index rating than area comparable schools. And so these are schools that are serving 80% or more African American students. So included is Ivy Hill and Nichols Intermediate that also served elementary grades. So we achieved a higher index score than McDermott, Friendship Little Rock, Watson, Jacksonville Elementary, Jacksonville Lighthouse, Mapleville Elementary, Baseline, Capital City, Washington, Western Hills, Harris, Brady, J.A. Fair, Bell, Stevens, MLK, 7th Street, and Boone Park. And I also like to note that like many of our students come from these schools. So let's talk a little bit about the change in proficiency levels and how we got to where we are. So we had a decrease in our reading proficiency by 9%, and science by 14%. Yet we did have an increase in math of 2% and a significant increase in English by 15%. Ivy Hill's evaluation was limited to a singular grade level, 3rd grade, with a cohort of 38 students, all of whom were economically disadvantaged and African American. Given a small sample size, the value-added score may have been disproportionately influenced by the performance of a single student. Notably, 42% of schools statewide experienced a decline in reading scores. These 3rd grade students began their education during the pandemic and are undeniably contending with the repercussions of disrupted learning, particularly evident in reading proficiency. Decline in reading scores indicate challenges and issues with the reading curriculum, wit and wisdom, a struggling teacher, and a high-need population. Again, 29% of these students were receiving support services. Similar to reading, the negative percentage in science also indicates challenges with the curriculum alignment, struggling teacher, poor readers. And while the school did experience a decrease in proficiency in reading and science, it saw an increase in math scores for the 2nd consecutive year and in English by 15%. I wanted to include also the change in proficiency levels for Nichols Intermediate, which is also serving elementary grades. And you can see for this school, we actually had an increase of 3% in reading, a very slight decrease in science of 2%, an increase in math by 2%, and an increase in English by 13%. Student reading skills improved, resulting in a 3% increase in reading proficiency. The negative change of 2% in science proficiency indicates a decline in student performance in this subject. Actually, probably the change in the curriculum, teaching methods, and external factors, and really misalignment in instruction and assessment. Student mathematical skills improved by 2%, and there was a substantial positive increase in English proficiency of 13%. In summary, we did have improved proficiency levels in 3 of the 4 testing areas. So I wanted to share this to give an overall overview. We are in our 6th year. We just completed our 5-year first term, charter term. And so this is the first time we've had 3 consecutive years of data. So for Ivy Hill Academy, we had a 3.8% growth in math and met the English readiness by 15%, had a decrease in science, a decrease in reading. But in Nichols Intermediate, we had increased proficiency levels in 3 of the 4 testing areas, and in Prodigy Prep, which was our junior high, 8% growth in math, 3% growth in reading, and no change in the science. Despite the letter grades, we're encouraged by the growth in the readiness levels across all grades. Growth in reading in the upper grades inform targeted strategies needed for 3rd graders who are first-time test takers. Now, this is the story for us. After our inaugural year, 83% of our students fell in the need support category for our baseline data in 2019. From 2022, that should be 2022, to 2023, the percentage of students scoring in the need support category for reading decreased from 64.98 to 60.58, decreased by 4.4%. But between 2019 and 2023, the number of students reading in the lowest category has diminished by 23% in the midst of a pandemic. Our school improvement. One of the things that's not listed here that I want to talk about is the change and the modifications in our curriculum. We have full implementation of benchmark literacies in grades K-6 as our core reading program. We have continued use of Lexia as supplemental resource and Sunday system for dyslexia. And we are using Elevate Science that is supplemented by Virtual Arkansas content, writing and document preparation initiatives across all core content areas, and targeted skills practice. We adopted the AVID program. We felt like our students needed improvement in basic fundamental skills. AVID focuses on building foundational academic skills, equipping students with critical thinking skills, student agency, communication, organization, note-taking, and time management. The focus areas of AVID are computer science and numeracy, digital citizenship, and literacy school-wide, and STEM. And in the area of professional development, we focused on building teacher efficacy and content competency. This summer we held content boot camps for our teachers in reading, math, and science, and where teachers were able to engage with the standards. They also took test release items so that they could also have a good understanding of the prerequisite skills needed for students to be able to master those standards. We partnered with Relay Professional Development that delivered a number of high quality professional development for our teachers, including deepening connections with students and families, fostering trauma-informed classrooms, implementing engagement strategies, setting and reinforcement expectations, analyzing standards to support learning outcomes, effectively checking for understanding, and preparing students for complex texts. We are also receiving support from School Kit, which is the literacy program that is being provided by the state in grades K-3 coaching. Science of reading support plans are in place to move teachers to proficiency in the science of reading. We have aligned the new standards to our curriculum and developed pacing guides. We're still focusing on small group instruction, personalized learning, academic support classes for all students. And this year we implemented a new initiative called Rolling Study Halls, where we put onboard educators on school buses to ride in the morning and the afternoons to support students with homework, as well as they can also read and they can also sleep because they need a lot of rest. A lot of them get on buses very early. So our mission, we remain committed to prioritizing the emotional wellness of our students, recognizing it is a pivotal factor influencing academic success. We were focused on this prior to the pandemic, and it is even more important at this time after the pandemic. Developing emotionally intelligent students equipped with essential core competencies serves as a catalyst for enhanced learning outcomes. We actively use our personalized learning model, leveraging online platforms, tiered academic support, and standards-based instruction. We are committed to providing a tailored education experience for each student. And because we know letter grades don't tell the whole story, we had to share with you today that 2 of our 6th grade students from Scholar Made were honored with Young Authors Award for their outstanding literary contributions. These students are now published authors, and their books are available on Amazon. And we are very proud of them, and all of the proceeds from the book sales go to them. So, and we wanted to also bring the students to life. Oh, go back. Can you move the? Well, there's a video, if you can go back one. That's okay. Well, that's okay. It was a video there. We'd like to bring the students into, and he was just sharing our mission and vision. I thought it would be great for you to hear our students be able to articulate that. So that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions, Dr. Wright-McMurray?
Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate being able to see the comparison of your peer institutions or peer schools, and how you are performing against them, that was helpful to see that information. It goes back to my previous comments that I've made before, that sometimes there's value being able to see who we're serving, how we're serving them, versus just looking at the letter grade. And I had a question written down, but I think you answered it, looking at the growth for reading and what was attributed to that, but I think you answered it on that slide. And the rolling study halls I thought was interesting. So how did you guys come up with the idea of that, or did you see it somewhere else, or?
Well, you know, we're open enrollment, so we have children that come to us from many different places, and really, honestly, we needed to take advantage of every time that we have students. And many of the students get on the buses very early in the morning, and they're on for a long time in the afternoon. And so instead of just a bus monitor having somebody ride the bus, we wanted to level that up, and actually we have books on the bus. Students are able to work on homework. We're hoping to apply for a grant to get Wi-Fi on the buses so that they can even do more while they're on the buses. Just taking advantage of every time that we have those students.
Thanks.
Mr. Scott?
Sure, I'd like to build upon that very point. I'm thinking to your bullet point on how you handle emotional wellness. Could you describe what a typical day in the morning child comes in, or what you're doing to address emotional wellness of the children?
Well, on a typical day, our framework is based on the Yale program ruler. And so there is a morning meeting every morning where the students identify their feeling, their emotion. We started off with them identifying a color. And the second year, we were able to give them the vocabulary, because we want them to have the lexicon to be able to describe their feelings, something that a lot of us, even as adults, are unable to do. And the feeling words are in green, yellow, red, or blue. And it will tell the teacher how that student is feeling. And if a feeling is blue, which is normally depressed, the rest of the class will send encouragement to that student. But it just gives the teacher information about that student, and it allows them and cultivates them to be able to identify how they feel and what their triggers are eventually, and then how to move out of that space. So that's a key part of it. And then the closing circle in the afternoon is pretty much the same process, where they're able to share how they feel that day. And anything that happened in that day, we want to try to resolve before they go out of the door, and let them have some type of way to process that. Additionally, we have social emotional intelligence lessons that our culture coordinators also deliver to the students as well. And they are around, we have our core competencies. So they are around a number of things, and so they are able to develop respectful relationships, conflict resolution, just being able to apply consequential thinking to how they feel before they actually act, and consider the consequences of that action. And I think the other thing, the biggest thing, is that we don't suppress emotions. We teach them that every emotion is valid, and that in itself requires us to have a lot of expertise ourselves, because you can have a building with everybody crying in the building, and we work hard to tell students not to cry. We don't use that. But when you're trying to have an emotionally intelligent building, then the adults also have to have that level of emotional intelligence. So we end up working with the entire school adult community.
Very good, thank you. You also mentioned how you're engaging or deepening connections with families and students. Could you describe that?
One of the consequences of the pandemic is that we were definitely disconnected from families. Our buildings were closed, families could not come in. Those relationships definitely were disconnected. And so what we have been trying to do, this year feels like the first normal year for me since we opened the school. And so they are part of the principal council. We communicate, the parents, teachers have a newsletter, principals have a newsletter. I have a newsletter. We have a Google Drive with just resources in it that the parents have links to that is, we can just drop resources in that they can have access to at all times. So we engage them in that way, and we really honestly cannot move forward or be this great, amazing school without our parents, and we know that. One thing about the pandemic that I know is that when children were home, parents were very much involved. We had parents that were like on Zoom classrooms with their students, and now they've all gone back to work. So we have to figure out a way to keep them engaged in that way. But we saw a difference in the academic performance when parents were engaged at that level.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin?
Thank you for being here today. I can't imagine how hard it would be to open up schools right in and around the pandemic, right before and right after. And so God bless you and all your people.
Thank you.
With that. I know that's been hard. The two things that you mentioned in your plan to improve the grades was the different curriculum, new curriculum, and then also professional development for the teachers. Is that, I guess I was going to ask if that is a result of the grades, or were you already seeing a challenge with the curriculum and implementing something new, and then also for the professional development?
That was a result of the letter grades. Us really thinking and really analyzing the scores, and that particular curriculum was above grade level for our students and was just very challenging for them, and it was very challenging for the teachers as well. And we had a departmentalized format where we had one teacher teaching English, one social studies, math, and science. So they were traveling to a 4 team, and that was just too much. And so we have one teacher that's teaching all 4 content areas now, and they have that support, and they can focus in on their one group of children, and it just keeps the children from having to adjust to so many different teachers. So that was as a result of the letter grades. The PD is definitely a result. What we found were that some teachers were uncomfortable teaching some standards because they didn't have the knowledge themselves about that. They may have, not particularly gotten that standard when they were in college or whatever. So we take it upon ourselves to build their skill set and to make it okay not to know. I was a teacher for 14 years. I had to study every night before I taught. And so we want to normalize that. We want to normalize everybody being a scholar, not just the students. And so that was the purpose of those content boot camps.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Moore?
I too was impressed by the rolling school bus thing. So that is amazing. Everyone should do that. That is just very amazing. So I love that because I see kids in my neighborhood getting picked up like at 6:15 in the morning, knowing how long they're going to be on that school bus downtime. So that's a great idea, and congrats on some of your improvements that you've done with students. I did have a couple of points, and you spoke a lot about the PD, and you mentioned the science of reading, and I believe that you had teacher licensure waivers. So I was just curious, your teachers, do you feel that maybe not being trained originally in the science of reading has something to do with the very low test scores in ELA?
I think that we have challenges, and I've shared this before, attracting top talent. And we all know that there's a teacher shortage. And so that remains a challenge for us. So yes, I definitely feel that we don't always attract teachers that have been equipped in the science of teaching. I'm a traditionally trained educator, traditionally trained teacher, and so I understand how important it is for teachers to have that coursework. But we have people who we are holding responsible for that who have not had that coursework. So as a school, we have to do whatever we can to build their capacity and to give them that support until they can acquire the formal knowledge that they need to be highly effective teachers.
Okay. Well, I commend you on making sure that they're getting that training. That's important. And then I had a clarifying question. In your presentation, it says between 2019 and 2023, the number of students reading in the lowest category has diminished by 23%. And were you talking about Ivy and Nicholson?
As a district.
As a district?
as a district.
Okay, because just looking at the Ivy School numbers, and it was, in need of support was 70.27%. So that would have meant that like 93% were in need of support prior, so I was just wondering if the scores were really that low.
That
2019.
remember, Ivy Hill was just third grade. It was a K-3 school. That percentage is for the district. The support, the directed support that the state gives is based on the district.
Okay,
So that was where we started was 83%, and we've been able to reduce that to 60. And that's important. That's one of our goals, to reduce the students that are scoring in the lowest category.
all right, thank you.
I had a question about the reason why a vendor was chosen rather than a literacy coach. Is there, was there a reason behind why you went with School Kit versus having a state literacy coach?
That's the option we were given.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Any other questions? We really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Oh,
Just
Mr.
one
Scott
quick
has
one. Yes, and that is, I launched it from a geography standpoint and where you pull from. Could you describe, it's not like you're pulling just from the neighborhood within your immediate geography area?
Where do our students come from?
Yes.
From most of the schools that were listed there. We have a stop at North Little Rock. We have a bus that goes out all the way out to Southwest Little Rock. We have children that are right in the community. We have children that are able to walk to school. So literally, they come from almost every zip code. We have students that come from West Little Rock also as well. So parents choose us based on what they feel like their children need and what they feel like we can give them. So we have 3 buses, and so we try our best. Sometimes we run double routes. We try our best to meet the needs and be able to, so that transportation is not a barrier.
Excellent. So that my last question is simply that you're just describing the known barriers that you're facing from the family's perspective, but also from your perspective in serving those needs.
I'm sorry. What was the question? Okay.
The question is on needs, and they're on both sides. So
Right.
families have needs. So if you can elaborate a little bit on what your known needs are from the family perspective, but also as you identify barriers that you're facing and moving the needle of success, that'd be great.
Well, of course, we're this year 100% economically disadvantaged. So whenever you're dealing with families that are living in poverty, they're going to bring a lot of great needs to them. And so in the past, we have done quite a few things. We've, supported them with school supplies. We provide school supplies for them. We also have varied times for varied methods of having conferences. So we still have conferences and meeting via Zoom for their convenience, and they're also able to come in as well. So I think more than anything is just being aware that those things impact learning and making sure that we still provide Chromebooks. We provided Chromebooks for home use, internet connectivity when requested, but just really understanding and being conscious that being African American who are still scoring below their peers, no matter what the economic level of that family is, being conscious of that and working strategically to address those needs. So we know that the pandemic disproportionately impacted Black and poor children, and that's who we serve. And so knowing that we have to do a better job of meeting children where they are and recognizing the basic skills that they may not have and going back to the basics to give them those skills.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Thank you so much. We
Thank you.
appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Ms. Summons, do we need to take a break, or are we good to keep going? Mhm. It's up up to the panel. What is your wish?
5 minute break. I don't know if we need to do lunch.
5 minute break? Is that? Yeah, okay. We'll take a 5 minute break and then we'll come back. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item is Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary Charter. And would all those who plan on speaking on behalf of the charter stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I am LaShonda Noel, Chief Executive Officer and Superintendent of Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools. We stand before you today to speak about Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary Campus, its grade, who we are, our mission, our purpose, goals, data, improvement plan, and innovations. Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary is a member of the Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools District and currently serves grades K through 4. Because we believe learning never ends, our approach and purpose is tailored to the needs of each scholar from the day they step into their kindergarten classroom until they walk across the stage to accept their diploma. Upon graduation, each scholar is academically sound, technologically savvy, culturally competent, sustainability conscious, and well prepared for college or the post-secondary career of his or her choice. The school's mission is to engage, embrace, and empower its scholars, families, and community members to create a vibrant, supportive local ecosystem for all through education. Today, you will hear from members of the team in this order. Mr. John Osborne, Education Director from Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary, Ms. Anita Hart, K-12 Principal from Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter Schools, Dr. Sarper Turker, Assistant Superintendent of Instruction and Curriculum for Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools, who is joining us virtually, and Mr. Wendell Scales, Deputy Director of Innovation for Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools. Mr. Osborne.
Good afternoon. My name is John Osborne. I serve as the Education Director for Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary. Before I get started and go in depth with some of our goals, some of what we've been working on, it's very important that we understand the community that we serve. So just some very quick demographic information. Our school population is made up of 7% English language learners. It is made up of 64% low-income scholars, and 14% of our scholars are eligible to receive special education services. Our District of Arkansas Lighthouse has 4 main goals that were approved when our charter was renewed. These 4 goals also translate into the individual school of Jacksonville Lighthouse Elementary, and I'm going to briefly go over these 4 goals. The first one centered on improving proficiency in math and decreasing those in need support. The same thing with reading. One of our goals was also centered around family satisfaction, and our last goal was centered around the number of staff we have who are certified. The first goal is our math goal. Our charter goal was that we would increase our proficiency by 2% each year, and we would decrease the percent of scholars in the need support category by 5% each year. For our math goal, we did meet this goal. Our math proficiency increased by 9% from the 21-22 school year to the 22-23 school year, and the need support category decreased by 8%. So we increased our proficiency scores and we decreased those in need support. Our reading proficiency was an area that we did not meet our goal. Our reading need support scholars did decrease by 5%, and our reading proficiency increased by 2%. However, our goal was to increase by 3% and decrease by 6%, so the reading goal was not met. For our overall school community satisfaction, our goal was to make sure that families are satisfied at an 85% satisfaction rate. Our survey results from last school year showed that 87% of our stakeholders were satisfied. The other goal we had was around licensed staff members. So our goal was that 85% of staff will be licensed by the end of the next 5 years. Last school year, 36% of our staff, 36% of our staff members were either certified or on a path towards certification. As of this current school year, it is actually 52% of our staff are either licensed or on a pathway to licensure. Here's just a quick overview of the data showing that our needs support decreased by 8% and our readiness increased by 9%. This is data pulled, all of the data that is presented is pulled straight from ADE My School Info. Here's the reading data that shows the decrease in the need support as well as the slight increase in the readiness. Here are the results of our survey showing the 87% satisfaction rate. And then finally, just a reminder, we are currently sitting at 52% of staff either certified or on a pathway to a certification. At this point, I will turn it over to our K-12 principal of Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools, Miss Anita Hart.
Can I ask a clarifying question about something that was just said? What do you mean by they're on a pathway? Exactly, are they on the ALP or what?
So they are either currently certified, or they are in an MAT program, or they are working on reciprocity, or they are working on an ALP. So something where they are actively involved to get certified.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Anita Hart, and I serve as the K-12 principal for Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools. One of the things that we take pride in at Lighthouse is ensuring that we are always mindfully creating educational experiences and social emotional experiences that will help our scholars become productive members of society and their community. This is not just for them, this is for their family as well. So with that in mind, we always want to keep in mind what the community looks like, which brings us to our comparison. What we did is we pulled information from neighboring schools that similarly look like our scholar schools as well. So we pulled data from schools that have a similar makeup of scholars with the same socioeconomic status, the same number of scholars or similar around the same number of scholars who receive special ed services, as well as their ethnic background. What we were able to see is that in math, our scholars at the elementary school actually outscored two of the neighboring schools. We pulled data from Merle Taylor Elementary as well as Jacksonville Elementary. We were able to see that they did extremely well, and one of the things that we can attribute to that, honestly, is Mr. Osborne, the principal, who has an extensive math background. We also looked at how we taught math last year, and how we were able to pull those standards, break them apart, and pull the skills out and be extremely intentional about how we taught the skills embedded into those math standards. When we look at reading, we were able to see that we did not quite make the mark. We did not make the same number of strides as we did in math. So we understood that there was work that we needed to do. So considering that we needed to really focus on reading, we wanted to do a deep root cause analysis to figure out exactly what we did well as where we needed to go different this year. So one of the things we're gonna do is look specifically at reading, and I'm going to now turn it over to Dr. Turker, our assistant superintendent, to kind of go into more detail regarding that.
Can I ask a clarifying
You sure
question?
can.
So I'm looking at the achievement, and it says 2016 to 2023. Does that mean that's the data from all of those years compiled?
So for math or reading, or just both?
Both.
Yes. So we're looking at the trend of what happened between those years and how we scored.
So are you seeing that there is an increase over time? Was there an increase, or was it higher previously and now going lower? Like, what are we looking at in terms of the trend?
And Mr. Osborne can speak probably specifically to some of those numbers. You want to answer that?
So over the years from 2016 to 2023, we're seeing more of a loop. We're seeing where it was steadily increasing all the way to about 2020. That's when we started. That's when we see a pretty massive dip. Right when, unfortunately, a lot of schools saw a dip,
Right.
And now we're starting to see a steady increase. Which I'll share some of that more like immediate relevant data in just a few minutes. But
Okay.
it was more of a loop.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
To his question though, does this graph represent just 23?
That graph does represent over the whole year, over those
Average.
from 2016, yes ma'am, to 2023.
Thank you.
So we're gonna move this, go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Tucker, who is going to unmute himself and speak to us.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Sarper Turker, the Assistant Superintendent at Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools, and I am honored to stand before you today to discuss the comprehensive root cause analysis that we call RCA that has been instrumental in guiding our path forward. While I regret not being able to present alongside my team in person, I committed to providing a thorough virtual explanation of these issues we have identified and the transformative measures we're implementing. The root cause analysis serves as a powerful tool, propelling us beyond superficial solutions and guiding us to the core of our challenges. It acts as a catalyst for continuous improvement, emphasizing the significance of data collection and comparison. By harnessing the power of data, we empower ourselves to make well-informed decisions underpinned by objective evidence. This data-driven approach serves to minimize subjective biases, thereby increasing the likelihood of achieving successful outcomes. Allow me to outline the primary issues identified through RCA in the past 2 years. Number one was ineffective leadership practices. Before I start this team that you see in front of you, stand before you, well formed in 2 years. So this root cause analysis, it's prior to this team has been formed. The absence of structured systems and procedures for running effective schools had been a significant challenge. Our leadership exhibited a laissez-faire model, which research suggests doesn't yield a positive effect on student achievement. 2, isolation caused by ineffective leadership. The leadership approach resulted in isolation within the building. Our transformative and instructional leadership models emphasize collaboration, as proven by John Hattie's research highlighting collective efficacy as one of the highest impact factors on student achievement. 3, unclear instructional model. Disproportionate focus on Tier 2 and 3 interventions created undue pressure on educators to address the achievement gaps. And finally, lack of evidence for high-quality curriculum and alignment. Our investigation revealed a lack of evidence supporting the use of high-quality curriculum aligned with essential standards. In response to these findings, we have made strategic decisions to ensure that Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools provide the highest quality education. Our focus areas include academic excellence, which we call Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools instructional model that we implemented and created in the past year. Implementing a robust instructional model geared towards academic excellence. Talent recruitment, ensuring that the right individuals are in the right positions to maximize their impact. Culture shift, incorporating 20 professional days aligned with teacher excellence and support system domains. We changed our calendar this school year. We added additional total up to 20 professional developments to increase our teachers' teaching capacity. Stakeholder engagement, facilitating monthly district meetings to discuss goals, plans, and barriers, fostering a collaborative approach with our district staff members as well as our stakeholders. Emphasis on evidence-based collaboration, committing to make decisions devoid of bias and emotion, grounded in evidence-based practices. As we embark on this transformative journey, we are confident that the strategic initiatives will lead us toward a brighter future where the Arkansas Lighthouse Charter Schools are synonymous with academic excellence and student success. Now, I would like Mr. Osborne to share the further information on the improvement plan.
So to go a little more in depth based on some of the things Dr. Turker just shared, I do want to note that the paper you have in front of you is an updated version of the presentation because I am about to share some of the data around what we have been doing and what we have been working on. So you...
Dr. Wright McMurray?
Okay, sorry, I have a question, and I want to ask it before I forget. So the root cause analysis was conducted when? When was that conducted?
So
It started last, if I may, Mr.
So that analysis, it's been an ongoing process. This team been formed in the past year, and it started in that time frame. So actually, we go back to 2021 to 2022 school year, based on the observations, based on our teachers' feedback, based on our checking our curriculum, lesson plans, and alignment, and we see a lot of gaps. And going through our PLC models and understanding our teachers' capacity based around understanding what essential, what is not essential, those standards, it's allowed us to get a clear understanding. On the leadership area, where isolation towards collaboration, based on our observations, we realized that teachers were in their classrooms, there were no collaboration. Because of that, we made a change, which Mr. Osborne will go into more in depth. PLC model, which our school starts late on Monday, an hour. That's all our teachers, they get together and collaborate together and answer 4 questions to answer and prepare themselves for lessons. So it's been an ongoing process, and that process will continue as we move forward till we get to an AB schools in all 3 different departments.
So the analysis was done in response to your previous letter grades that you received, and
yes, ma'am.
And so as you're moving forward, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of the application of it. And I may not be asking the right question, but I'm a little confused.
What are we going to do about those things? Is that am I hearing the question correctly?
Well, so it sounds like that, if I understood you correctly, you initiated the analysis in 2020?
Yes, ongoing process and still going.
Okay. So some of the things that you have listed here, were they still occurring currently while you are saying that's the reason why your letter grade is low and you're addressing those now? Or these are things that you determined from your 2020 analysis and you implemented, but yet we're still seeing a low letter grade?
So that analysis started it, and the results, basically what we have currently in front of you is F-score. Analysis didn't impact the F-score. We are trying to implement, and with the current analysis, improve the score for upcoming school year, which that's why we're taking additional improvement plans and actions currently at this school year, so that we don't see the isolation, we don't see, social emotional issues in our teacher side and scholar side. All the support based on evidence. So we are applying and implementing currently at this school year.
I'll wait to see if there's additional.
Anita Hart, K-12 principal. Maybe to add a little clarity, so when we started the root cause analysis and we started looking at things, so even if we go back 2 years, after we collect all the data, then things are implemented within the following year or going into the next school year. So some of the things that we'll be talking about today is a direct result of the things that the data that we've been collecting over the last couple of years. So one of the things that Dr. Turker mentioned was some of the inconsistent practices with leadership. So restructuring what the leadership looks like within the district, within the buildings, the guiding coalitions, that's something that started last year, and we're just continuing to build on it. So we may not see the full effect of it right now, but we will start seeing, if you start listening, once we start listening to the data that Mr. Osborne is going to present, we'll start seeing that some of those practices that have been put in place, we're already seeing the effects of it, if that adds a little clarity.
I just think what you guys do, maybe I'm getting ahead of some of your other slides, so I'll just wait. Thank you.
We appreciate the clarifying questions. That right there is a summary of root cause analysis. It's not based on a feeling. It's not based on, well, I think this is or isn't working. It's cold, hard, quantitative data that says this did not work, it did. Is there improvement? Is there loss? Anything like that. So some of the information I'm going to share are current results based on our four main assessment platforms: NWEA, iReady, Lexia, as well as the Science Atlas Interim. So if you look at the pages 17, 18, 19, and 20, they have a breakdown, but I'll go over what those numbers mean. The first one on 17 is a breakdown of our NWEA data comparing the 22-23 winter, the spring 22-23, and the winter 23-24. So basically a progression from winter to spring to winter, as well as some information about our fall to winter growth and our winter to winter growth. So it's broken down. The first piece of information is in the winter of 22-23, we were looking at 33% of our scholars, so 33% of our students were performing at the 50th percentile or above on the winter assessment. We had 59% of our students were either at the 40th percentile or below. So that's a year ago, 22-23 winter. In the spring, we saw a dip. We saw 30% of our students at or above 50th percentile, and then we saw 65% of our students at the 40th percentile or below. So that's where we wanted to see, okay, what is improving from the spring to the winter? For our current winter data, we saw that 34% of our students are now at the 50th percentile or above. So over from winter to this winter, a 1% increase. From spring to winter, a 4% increase. We also saw that now 57% of our students are at that 40th percentile or below. So we did see a decrease of 2% from winter to winter, or we saw a 8% decrease from spring to winter. The two things that do stand out for NWEA, though, is the way that MAP assessment works is from winter to winter, they give you a year projection of growth. They also give you a fall to winter projection. So from last winter to this winter, we did meet 80% of what was expected for growth. And from fall to winter, we met 77% of what was expected for growth. That is just one data point. We have 4. The other one is iReady. This was one that was very promising. This is our most recent data point. iReady, similar to NWEA, is a platform that has diagnostics. It also provides lessons. The most exciting piece of feedback from this was that currently, this was taken after NWEA, 32% of our scholars are performing on grade level in reading, whereas last winter, we had 23% performing on grade level. So if you do a year comparison last winter to this winter, we're talking about a 9% increase. If you look at those in the needs support category on iReady, we went from a 35% to a 28%, meaning a 7% decrease in the needs support category. That is the direction we want to see. That's the information we're looking at to see. We need data that shows the practices we're putting in place are working. iReady, just like NWA, gives a growth projection. That projection, we've already met 55% of the year projection. They don't give a half year, they just give a full year. We've already met 55% of it. The next piece of data will be our Atlas interim test. The Atlas interim data actually showed us a lot of areas to improve. You'll see that on slide 19. Our third graders beat the state average by 2 points. So they were on track to perform where they need to be. Our fourth graders missed the mark by 12 points. So they did not meet the state average. So we know where our focus is. And the very last piece of information we want to share, again, showing, because we know that if we want our ESSA score to improve, if we want to be here for longevity, we have to make sure our K2 is doing the right thing. Our K2 data showed at the beginning of the year with Lexia, another popular supplemental resource, that 25% of our students were performing at grade level and working on grade level skills. As of Friday, February 9th, when the data was pulled, 65% of our K2 scholars are now working on grade level in Lexia. And of that 65%, 11% are actually working above grade level in our K2 band.
How did that happen, such a big improvement?
So that is a very good question. That is actually one of the barriers we want to look at, because right now we have 4 different pieces of assessment data, and the first 3 are an overview of K4. So that's an overview of how kinder, first, second, third, and fourth grade are working. Lexia for us is just focused on the K2 grades, just seeing what kinder, first, and second grade are doing. So I wanted to share the data before we got into some of the improvements. So to go a little more in depth about what Dr. Turker and the team were talking about, we know that the biggest barrier, our biggest issue has been reading. Thus, we've adopted the PLAY initiative, prioritizing literacy and achievement year-round, as the theme for the school to make sure that we're promoting reading, the science of reading, as well as the most important thing, which is instilling a love for reading and learning in all of our scholars. This is not just something we do, but something that we actually live and breathe with our actions. The first thing we've done is adjusted our master schedule and added DEAR time. Drop everything and read. This is every morning, it's every afternoon, everything stops. Scholars, teachers get a book out and they just read. They have multiple platforms. They have the library, the classroom library, books in the cafeteria, as well as an online source, Get Epic, where they can pull any book they want. We stress the importance of, as long as you read, what the content is. If it's not curriculum and you just need to read, that's fine. Pick up something and read. In grade level meetings, teachers are continuing to learn about new reading initiatives. We have had so much support from APSRC. We have 2 literacy specialists with them, a literacy specialist with School Kit, and our on-site literacy specialist who've been supporting all literacy teachers this school year. We've also been focused in the PLCs. So as Dr. Turker mentioned, a huge issue that came up was that we weren't implementing PLCs correctly. There was too much isolated planning. As a result, we were not achieving collective efficacy. The belief that we are all moving in the right direction, as we know from John Hattie's research, one of the most effective ways to improve student achievement. With PLCs, the focus is reading standards. Whether you are an art teacher, a PE teacher, a math teacher, we are looking at reading standards to make sure we understand and know them and are actually implementing them in everything we do. Even small things and celebrations we do. Recognizing scholar birthdays every day, and every month the scholars get a book for their birthday. At the end, right before winter break, the Sertoma Club of Jacksonville, one of our partners, gave us a massive donation that allowed us to buy a book for every single child for the holiday break. All classes are making sure that they are putting up sound walls, word walls, vocabulary walls, and following what is required by the science of reading. Again, thanks to the support of APSRC. To encourage the love for reading, we're making sure that scholars participate in monthly literacy projects that implement collaboration, creativity, curiosity, and critical thinking. Our teachers meet regularly, as we mentioned, in PLCs. They are also now meeting every week with myself, with the literacy specialist, so they are collaborating constantly at least twice a week to make sure they are going over their data, making sure they're going over their lessons. Also, it is crucial, just like we talked about with collective efficacy, building student ownership, another very, very powerful tool that will improve achievement, making sure that our scholars know the data, and we do not have teacher-led conferences, we have scholar-led conferences to make sure that the students are the one, when we have conference time, to actually share their data with their families. Because we've been talking about reading so much, I would be amiss if we didn't mention the science of reading and everything we're doing to meet those requirements. As we know, a lot of laws are in place that needed to make sure science of reading was done by this year. We are very happy and confident to say that we have met these. The first one, that all members of Arkansas Lighthouse will either be RISE assessed and proficient or on a pathway by October 1st. Every single elementary staff member met that criteria. They were either observed by an assessor and marked proficient, or they are on an appropriate pathway toward proficiency. The other one is that all K-12 classroom teachers will be trained or an approved pathway by December. As of December, every single member of the elementary school has been through the science of reading training. Same thing with all K-12 special service teachers, music, PE, making sure that they are on the appropriate awareness pathway. As of December, every single staff member in the elementary building is now on the approved pathway, either proficient, coded correctly, or they have been marked aware because they have completed that training. Again, going back to talk a little bit about the master schedule, the master schedule has been adjusted to include Tier 2 and Tier 3 time as needed. Dr. Turker mentioned earlier there was an issue with the instructional model. There was such a heavy emphasis on Tier 2, Tier 3 that we missed the most important piece, which was Tier 1, making sure that everything we're doing is grounded in that Tier 1 essential standard. Now the Tier 2, Tier 3 blocks are built in as additional time. Our model, and make sure that we do whole group 15, 20 minutes, but even in small group, we are still hitting that essential standard. If Tier 2 and Tier 3 is needed, there is time built into it, but the majority of that block needs to be Tier 1 and making sure it is scaffolded or enriched correctly depending on the child, but that Tier 1 drives absolutely every single thing we do. So again, that intervention schedule is built into everything. Again, as Dr. Turker mentioned, the PD days. Now we have an additional 20 PD days, breaks for scholars. Those days have been heavily emphasized to do reading, to make sure that we are doing training with APSRC, making sure we're meeting in PLCs and collaborating about those reading standards, but making sure that that has been the focus of everything we do. Again, these are some of the data sources that we use. The ones that were shared today, iReady, Lexia, NWEA, and Atlas, just some of our major our major data sources, but I was very excited to be able to share a little bit about some of the key specific things we are doing to improve reading. We know that was our issue. We know where the barriers fall, and these are the things we have put in place this year and the progress we've seen to improve it. At this time, I will turn it over to our Deputy Director of Innovation, Mr. Scales, to talk to you a little bit about some of the more bright, creative things in our district. Thank you.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Wendell Scales, Deputy Director of Innovation. As they talk through the improvements, we know innovation are the things that help spur and keep us moving forward. We have some exciting things to announce in regards to our Ag STEM initiative. In addition to play that undergirds our literacy, we'll be launching our freight farm on our campuses to ensure that Ag STEM pathways are available for our scholars, not just for 9-12, but K-12 experiences as well. These initiatives align with our extended calendar. We had some great opportunities during the summer, and we believe that an extended calendar gives us more opportunities for seat time and continued teacher development. Undergirding these opportunities with our parent universities creates that community collaboration to ensure that our families are available and aware of what is going on with these innovations, but also can play a key role in how we're navigating and moving forward. I do want to stress that none of this is possible without partnerships. Our Ag STEM initiative is undergirded with, we have an extensive relationship with the University of Arkansas Bumpers College of Ag and the Division of Agriculture as well, who has been supporting our expansion of this unique initiative. And we believe that it's definitely going to shift the opportunities for us to focus on urban ag, but also new post-secondary opportunities focused in climate jobs as well.
Questions?
Dr. Moore?
That was a lot of information. That was great. I appreciate all this information, and I really don't have any questions right now at this time.
Mr. Baldwin?
I agree, great presentation. You guys are on top of it. Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
I will do have a few questions. Again, great amount of detail. Definitely appreciate that. I'd love to hear more about your partnerships. In particular, a lot of times we look at, on our end, we look at the letter grades and we're clueless about what's going on in your activity on that end. Partnerships are huge. As we know, you're serving the kids from morning to afternoon, and learning continues after school. It continues in the home, within the community. So if you could share a little bit more about that partnership you have, specifically about the agriculture, that would be awesome, as well as the effort you have to grow your parent capacity. I understand that they are equal partners as well.
Thank you for that question. So, yes, we pride ourselves on our partnerships with the local community as well as state stakeholders. When we opted to extend our calendar year, we knew that that would potentially be an issue for some of our parents. And so we involved the local community, the Jacksonville Recreation Center, the Jacksonville Boys and Girls Club, and partnered with them to assist us in finding space for our scholars and our families who may not have had places for scholars to go during the weeks that we are off. And so First Arkansas Bank and Trust is also a major partner for us with our financial literacy piece. We know many talk about financial literacy as it relates to schools and scholars, but we try to, make that bigger and better by going into the community and speaking with our families about the importance of financial literacy too. So through our parent university, they come in and they give they may do conferences, or they may come in and do presentations around different things that we feel like are important to our families and our scholars. Is that?
Yeah,
That's the local partner. I'm gonna have Mr. Dr. Scales, come in and talk to you about the University of Arkansas partnership that we have.
2021, we began a journey with Bumpers College, where we created a one-day immersion experience. We took 100 of our scholars and we did a whole day on the campus. We've since grown that to a fortnight, 3-day residential component for our 7th and 8th grade scholars. This freight farm that we're going to be putting on our campus has the opportunity to extend and be a bridge for our 912 population, where these scholars not only get to be at the end of a state-of-the-art technology in a shipping container farm, they can grow up to 6 to 7 tons of specialty crops, everything from kale to carrots to flowers, and it'll be a student-led ag production in collaboration with Manners, Minorities in Agriculture, and other related natural sciences, where now we don't have to go to the campus. We can bring stakeholders to our campus and share best practices and emerging technologies, but empower our students really to help this effort with food security and food waste, but also learn as well, because Jacksonville itself is a food desert. So we know this is an interesting collaboration, not just for our community, but helping empower our students for the jobs of the future as well.
Can I add a question that goes along those lines? I'm just wondering, and I probably overlooked this, I was looking back through things. What's your engagement with the military community, and what % of your students are military? If you said it, I'm really sorry if you said your percentage.
Yeah, we have a military campus on the base, 5th through 8th grade. Heavy engagement there. Miss, what I'm thinking of a teacher right now. I mean, we're always doing something to ensure that our campuses off campus are tied to campuses on the military installation. I kudos to our Family and Community Engagement Coordinator. She's leading the charge in how we anchor communication with all of our campuses, and is a lead for making sure that when we do things on base, we're prioritizing making sure our other community stakeholders are aware. So high population, I don't know the exact data for the enrollment from military families.
I appreciate that question. I actually had that in mind, especially when I look at Jacksonville as a community, and how there's a huge push for quality education, and having community partners there that are with you to help in regards to that. So understanding the needs of the families, I know you have capacity from the standpoint of your staff. The assumption is you have a plan to incorporate your engagement plan into the overall school improvement plan. So describe for me how that works.
Well, I would say we're working to ensure that piece is aligned with the improvement plan. From a parental engagement standpoint, I mean, we're starting this year, we are doing home visits to ensure that we're assessing the needs of our families. We know that every family has a different set of needs in regards to the things their scholars need when they get to school, taking that data to reinforce how our principals and staff lead their teachers in the building in the day-to-day. I think we're taking those priorities and trying to ensure that they are part of the overall guidance of the organization.
I appreciate that. That's certainly a sweet spot in the sense that when it comes to identifying needs, we can map appropriate solutions, but a lot of times you need to build that trust with the parents to be able to be open and candid about what those needs are. So I encourage you to continue that.
Thanks.
Dr. Wright-McMurray?
No other questions other than thank you for your presentation and taking the time to come in and giving us a little bit more context on what's happening with your school. Like I said before in the last one, it's very difficult to sometimes look at a letter grade and be able to determine what's happening. So to be able to have additional input is always great. And I just continue to encourage you, especially in your ag pieces, If there's things that we can do at the State Department to help you with that process, just let us know. Always like to have an opportunity for students that are exploring ACT to also be exposed to FFA, and I don't know if that's a part of what you guys are also doing. Didn't hear it, so that's why I had to ask. Because we know that's always a great resource to support the work that's happening in the classroom. Yeah, thanks.
And then just to kind of piggyback off of what Mr. Scott said, I think that the charter would do well by looking into some social design principles. There have been projects similar to your your ag project in food deserts. Maryland in particular had a very interesting project where they went out into the community and actually started delivering groceries that they were growing there in the urban garden. And so that was kind of a take on that, but then taking that same principle and thinking about the needs of the community and what else could you do to sort of ignite that partnership and get those parents and stakeholders involved. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay. I gave up on that question because I was like, so you waited 4 years? But okay. All right, that helps me. Thank you. Thanks.
I do have one little question. You mentioned the food desert, and I was trying to look at just because I personally have gone to your Kroger many times on my way home instead of going out of my way once I get to Cabot to go to Kroger. So tell me more about the Jacksonville being a food desert, because you have a Walmart Supercenter or a Kroger.
Yeah, so we've used,
Edwards.
no, we've used the environmental justice tool to highlight and pinpoint priority areas within the community. And we're literally right behind our school is an area that is severely impacted. Now, obviously, there is a local grocery store, but it's the access to. So we understand that the unique opportunities we get to present, as he alluded to, like we have a ambitious vision to make our campus a sustainable food system where we can, have locally sourced right here on our community. So families who can't, or due to disabilities or what have you, we can be that bridge for them. So, and even work with our local Kroger. Sometimes it's not about proximity. We don't even know what's in it from a health standpoint. So just kind of working with our partners again to alleviate some of these pain points throughout the community for the scholars that we serve throughout Jacksonville.
That's wonderful. And certainly, besides of Jacksonville, there are many parks that aren't close to one of those stores. So I was just wanting more
you're good.
information about that.
Thanks.
Thank you. That's great.
So it's 12:57 right now. We have one more presentation left to go, and I do know lunch is here, so it's up to the panel if we want to break for lunch and come back, or if we want to continue on.
Although my stomach is ready to eat, I would hate to make them have to wait for
Okay.
us to eat lunch, so it doesn't seem.
Okay, then we will.
If others are okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, then we will continue on, and yes, thank you, Mr. Baldwin. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Great
Yes.
presentation. Very
Yeah.
thorough. Thank you.
So next on the agenda, we have friendship. If you would raise your right hand, all those that plan on speaking on behalf of the charter, all right? Do you testify that what you're about to say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, thank you very much. You may begin.
thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for holding off on lunch to let us go ahead and get finished. I will promise you that I will be brief, but I will be thorough. Today, I'm here to present on behalf of Friendship Aspire. This is my first year as superintendent, so I don't know any of you, and you probably don't know me, so I'm just going to tell you a little bit about myself. This is my 38th year in education. I've served as a teacher, an assistant principal, a curriculum specialist, a dean of academics, a middle school and STEM principal, a university professor, a SPED program administrator, and now I'm superintendent. So I've spent my entire year, I started teaching when I was 20. So if you do the math, you know how old I am.
And when I say we, I'm talking about FEF and FAA have 11 schools here in Arkansas. Today, I'm only going to talk to you about two, Pine Bluff Southeast and Little Rock. So, our purpose. Oh, let me introduce my team, I'm sorry. I digress. I'm the superintendent of Friendship Aspire Academies. I'm Dr. Denise Simmons. I have with me Dr. Fong Tran, who's the former superintendent, and Dr. Tran is going to address historical information and data as he was the previous superintendent. I have with me Mrs. Toni Dickerson. Mrs. Toni Dickerson is our coordinator of testing and accountability. She's going to talk with you about data if any of those questions come up. We also have with us, and I did do an updated slide, but it didn't get in, so we have with us Mr. Scott McRae. Mr. Scott McRae is our Director of Finance, and if any finance questions come up, he will address them. And then finally, we have our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Joe Harris. So in answering the questions that we received about our charter, I'll start with our purpose. The purpose of Friendship Aspire Academy Arkansas focuses on providing a world-class education which motivates students to achieve high academic standards and enjoy learning. As a lot of the other charters said, and we've been here since about 9 this morning, so we've heard everybody. And what they say kind of resonates with us. We have students who are coming from large populations of living in poverty areas. They are underrepresented and underserved. 82% of our students enrolled in our schools are low income, according to My School Info. Students they were severely impacted by learning loss during COVID, and I did hear that resonate in several others. And our students actually do enjoy coming to school in the extent that when it's time for them to go home after aftercare, which ends at 6, they're still coming back to the campuses. So I get calls from parents, from principals, and they're saying, hey, I'm still on campus because I'm still trying to run the kids off, have them go home. So I do feel that we are fulfilling our purpose at Friendship Aspire. Our students are being instructed at high levels. We're using depth of knowledge levels 2 and 3, which help engage the students in a greater level than just a depth of knowledge level 1, which is just basic recall. For our mission, the mission of Friendship Aspire Academy is to provide a world-class education that motivates students to achieve high academic standards, enjoy learning, and develop as ethical, literate, well-rounded, and self-sufficient citizens. Friendship Aspire seeks to fulfill this mission by providing students a high-quality liberal arts education focused on preparing students with the academic and life skills needed to be successful in college and beyond. We do provide a high-quality education that is STEM-based to all of our students, K all the way through 9th. The students enjoy learning and show up at school consistently and work hard to learn the material. Our campuses integrate literacy and life skills in all classes and hold students, faculty accountable. We will always seek to find additional ways to continuously comply with our mission. We are true to our mission for the reason I just mentioned, and the fact that we are preparing students for careers that currently do not exist. We were asked about our SMART goals and also our demographics. Our SMART goal for the Little Rock campus, goal number 1, the percentage of students scoring proficient or above in English language arts, reading, and mathematics will increase by 10% from the previous year. We decided to use the NWEA data as opposed to ACT Aspire, as we have phased out ACT Aspire with the new state test atlas. So in doing this, the way that we're gonna improve our scores is by providing training and support to our teachers. On each campus, we have content specialists. We also have content specialists who are brought to us from APSRC. We have started the co-teaching model, so we have co-teaching on both campuses, Little Rock Elementary as well as the Southeast campus. We have professional learning communities, and I did hear one of the young men talk about how the teachers feel isolated when they're in professional learning communities. At our campus in Southeast, I'll talk about TLC rooms, and we'll talk about how that is not something that we have happening at Friendship. On our elementary campuses, our teachers plan together. They plan with their academic director, as well as their content coaches. And I'll be honest, there are times that Dr. Tran and I sit in with them during their PLC meetings just to make sure that everything is being done with fidelity. We also have common formative assessments that are administered to our students weekly. We collect the data, Mrs. Dickinson analyzes it. We go back, we present it to the principals go over that information with their teachers, and we do that every Monday. And then we do some daily and weekly checks of data throughout the system. We also have data-driven instruction that's based on the information that we learn from our CFAs. As you know, we have the new assessment atlas. So once we learned about that, we began aligning our standards, our goals, and our pacing guides to make sure that we covered all of those standards. We are, and I'll be honest, concerned about the uncertainty of the ESSA accountability formula as it hasn't been updated yet or adopted. Our pacing guides are developed and based on the Arkansas academic standards. We have a team of content specialists who meet with us, and we have put together the standards for the pacing guide for the rest of the year. So you asked the question, why was there a drop? Well, there were several reasons. And even as a new superintendent, I came in and I started asking questions, and I polled students, I talked with teachers, I talked with administrators, and I also talked with my team that's here behind me, and we found that there were several factors. We had some personnel challenges that led to changes in personnel. So we have some people who were with us last year who are no longer with us. Everyone is being accountable for executing their duties. So there are changes in the testing procedures that also impacted our student performance. We learned that our students test better when they are testing with people they are familiar with. Last year, we had the students test with people from our network who they were not familiar with. And even talking with the students, they said, I didn't know that guy. I said, did you do your best? And they're like, no. And even talking with the adults, they were like, those kids, I don't know those kids. Some of them were terrible. They were talking, or whatever. So it was a lot of that stuff going on. So we've gone back to having our students being tested by familiar people, not necessarily their teachers, but someone that's in their building, so that we can ensure that we get the true scores, because I don't believe that those scores are a true indication of what our students can do. And all of our tests were administered with fidelity. We did take over Lighthouse Pine Bluff campus, as well as the Lighthouse North Little Rock campus, so they're now part of the Friendship family. If we go up to goal number 2, we are going to increase average daily attendance by 90% or higher. And the way that we're doing that is by monitoring attendance, tracking the trends, making attendance calls when students are absent, and also providing incentives to those students. Last year, our students were at 90.89 for attendance, so our goal is to definitely increase. If you look at our demographics, you will see that we have 88.8% African American, 1% Caucasian, Hispanic is 10.4%, and 2 or more at 0.1%. This campus is now a K-5 campus. Last year it was K-4. We do a slow growth model, so each year we add. K-5, 5th grade is as high as this campus will go, but we have other campuses that are still growing. The numbers by grade level are as follows. For kindergarten, currently we have 22 students. 1st grade, 39. 2nd grade, 38. 3rd grade, 34. 4th grade, 58. And 5th grade, 28, for a total enrollment of 217 students. As you know, and which is the reason I'm probably standing here right now, is our letter grade was an F. We dropped from a C to an F. That's a significant drop. Overall, our ESSA index score was 54.94, and we do believe that overall that drop is for the reasons that I gave you about the changes in personnel and also the testing environment for our students. In comparison data, I wanted to show that you can see that we use, I'm going too fast. We use comparison data from the BOY, beginning of year NWEA, and middle of year NWEA. And what you will notice from the fall, from last year to this year, our students increased in every grade level except 4. Now, when you look at 4th grade, this is current. We had a personnel change where we had to move teachers. So now what we've done to go in and kind of undergird those students is we are providing them with intensive support as well as one-on-one tutorials to make sure that we can strengthen up the skills that they missed when they were without a teacher. So we had a sub in there, but now we have an actual teacher. So for goal number 1, I did address that, and I am showing comparison data so that you can see that our students from
last year to this year are showing improvement with the exception of grade 4. And we're going to show you when we come, if we come back for end of year, that there will be significant growth.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So for the 4th grade, how long was the sub in the class?
The teacher left in late September, and over the Christmas break, we came together to get a plan in place that we were implementing when we came back to school on January 5th. And so from January 5th until now, they've had consistent instruction in their classroom with the help of a content specialist as co-teacher and planner.
So for the, like the first semester or something? Or?
The bottom half.
Okay. And
So from
was,
October to December, so 3 months
okay. And that was last year?
this year.
Okay.
Does that make sense? We're comparing last year's beginning of the year to this year's beginning of the year.
Yes, okay.
And we promised, we said we would increase, but in that particular category, we did not, and that was our rationale for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. So for our Southeast campus, our SMART goal shows that the percentage of students scoring proficient or above in English language arts, reading, and mathematics will increase by 10% from the previous year. We're using training and support along with the content specialists at that campus as well. Co-teaching, that campus has changed to a block schedule for ELA and for math. What we learned early in the year is that our teachers weren't having enough time to actually give our students adequate instruction, so we made a quick pivot to go to a block schedule so that those students have additional time in those two courses. In addition to that, our specialist teachers also help to undergird the literacy skills as well as the mathematics skills. We have professional learning communities and PLCs, are called PLCs. Now with this particular group at the Southeast campus, I talked about the Teacher Learning Center. That is an idea that was taken from Japan that works beautifully. All of the teachers have their desk in one room. They all plan in one room. They all work together so that if a math teacher is working on a skill that can be helped or integrated into an English or a science lesson, then those teachers go ahead and they do that. So it works out beautifully. And now you don't have teachers who are out there working in isolation. They feel as though now they have a team. And we actually have the elementary campuses. We haven't implemented that on their campuses yet, but some of them have already gone to that model, which is great. And it works out very well. We also have the common formative assessments at the middle school campus and also the data-driven instruction. Now, I will say that at our Southeast campus, it's a little different than last year. Last year, we had 5th grade because our elementary campus was full, so we moved some students over there. And we also had 12th grade, so we only had 2 grade levels at that campus last year. This year, we now have 6th through 8th and 9th. And again, with that slow growth model, next year our 9th graders will be our 10th graders, and then we'll keep matriculating until we get to 12th grade, and we'll stop there. So we have 6th grade, we have 77 students, 12 of them came from Pine Bluff Lighthouse. We have in 7th grade 51 students, 16 of them came from Pine Bluff Lighthouse. In 8th grade, we have 41 students, 22 of them came from Pine Bluff Lighthouse. And in 9th grade, we have 28 students, and half of them, 14, came from Pine Bluff Lighthouse. Our letter grade was a D, and again, I think it was because of that testing anxiety that our students suffered. And the attendance rate was 96.56. Our second goal shows that we will increase the daily attendance to 95% or greater by monitoring the attendance, tracking trends, making attendance calls, and having incentives. Last year, the attendance rate was at 96.56, so we intend to increase even higher than that. And the third goal is to improve college and career preparedness through financial aid guidance, career technical support, academic support, and career and college opportunities. Our students use a program called Zello. The Zello is an online platform that helps those students seek out come to know what their interests are and help guide them in the direction of future goals and careers.
Quick question. Sorry. You pointed out the number of students that came from Pine Bluff Lighthouse in the various grade levels.
Yes.
So the delta there, what other schools were involved in matriculating over the other traditional public schools?
Pine Bluff High School, the Pine Bluff School District would have taken some of those schools, but we were able to take all of the students who wanted to come to us, which was, Dr. Trey, do you know, was it all of them? Over 80%.
So that would include Watson Chapel as well as?
I live in Pine Bluff, so I can kind of speak on that a little bit. Most of the kids who live in the Pine Bluff area go to school in Pine Bluff. They don't too much go over to Watson Chapel. A lot of the kids who live in Watson Chapel are there. That's usually not a line that they try to cross for whatever reason.
Thank you.
You're welcome. When we look at the data, I'm doing comparison data, and it's gonna, I mean, it just is what it is. We have 5th grade. So for our 5th graders, I keep wanting to use the little pointer. Now, here we go. For our 5th graders, the 5th graders last year, unfortunately, had 0% proficiency in their fall NWEA reading assessment. For the winter of 2023, it was the same thing for those same kids. So clearly we had something going on there. Now for 12th grade in the fall in reading, we had 41%, and in the winter we went up to 47%. But I will say this, and I'm gonna go ahead and spoil my own fun. We did have a 100% graduation rate. Every one of our seniors graduated, so we're very, very proud of that. For supporting data, we use our common formative assessments to help us guide. We use the beginning of the year and end of the year data from NWEA because that's all that we have right now. We use we have Atlas interim assessments, this data we look at. We have DIBBLES for our younger kids, words their way, which is part of the dyslexia testing for spelling. We look at spelling, attendance, not just for our students, but also for our faculty and staff, as well as discipline. So for monitoring, what I did was I just put up part of our campus improvement plan to show the actions that we are providing and the monitoring systems that we have for each of them. So I don't want to read that to you because I believe you have the slides. Am I correct? Okay, so I don't want to read that to you because I don't want to take up your time, but you can see that there are several things that we are doing to ensure that our goals are being met. And we are doing checkpoints throughout the year, and we're not just waiting until the timeline ends. So I'll give you an example. So our teachers do meet weekly for their data discussions, and we have where our teachers sign in. We have an agenda, and we can actually show what our teachers are doing, where the data is. In addition to that, in every campus as well as in every TLC or PLC room, we have data walls that are updated weekly to show where our students are trending and what we need to work on. For the Southeast campus, it's much of the same, the common formative assessments, the beginning of the year NWEA data as well as middle of the year, Atlas interim assessments. At the end, we have end of year course assessments for our students who are in 9th grade, and we also look at attendance again for adults and students as well as discipline. And I will say that we have had very minor disciplinary infractions this school year. Knock on wood. So for monitoring for that campus, it's the same. That's the excerpt from their campus improvement plan that shows our goals and our actions and how we're going to get there. And again, we are always monitoring to make sure that our students are getting their needs met. I do want to point out that for goal number 3, for our students who are getting college and career readiness, we do have sign-in sheets for agendas from different trainings. We have the college and career artifacts. We have active participation in that Zello program, that online program that's like the interest inventory that connects with careers, as well as ACT workshops to help our students get a high enough score so that they can get into college. Our 9th graders are actually going through ACT workshops now. And then we also have guest speakers from different colleges, universities, and career sites, as well as career exploration assessments. Innovations. There are several things that we're doing that we believe is different from other schools in Little Rock as well as in Pine Bluff. For our Little Rock Elementary campus, we have, as I stated earlier, all of our schools are STEM schools. This particular school has a STEM lab. We employ the project-based learning model in that STEM lab, so all of the lessons are based around a project and they're not done in isolation. And they also relate back to the lessons that the students are learning in one of their core classes. We have the co-teaching model at the elementary campus to the point that our content specialists are co-teaching, our academy director is also co-teaching, our academy dean of students is an English major who has some outstanding English coaches, so she's co-teaching actually in that 4th grade English class. We again are using we're focusing on depth of knowledge, less areas 2 and 3 for our students because it requires a higher cognitive level of thinking. And then we also have an aftercare program on our campus that has, for the first hour, academic support, strictly academic support for our students in their areas of weakness. And then the second hour is their area of personal choice. So they could pick art, they could pick music, band, or anything, but we do make sure that that first hour of aftercare is strictly focused on academics. And we think that's really unique. On our Southeast campus, it is actually a STEAM campus. So our STEAM stands for science, technology, entrepreneurship, agriculture, and mathematics. And on a side note, I am a USDA recognized farmer. For our students with in the entrepreneurship, I'm going to talk a little bit later about this company down in Pine Bluff called The Generator. But The Generator actually sends a coach out to our campus, that Southeast campus, and what she does is she teaches the students how to create silkscreen shirts, and then they build a booth. The kids actually build a kiosk, and they're able to sell their wares out of the kiosk, which I think is awesome. So we also have project-based learning that I talked about a little before because we want to make sure that everything is integrated so there can be connections and that learning will stick. So it's just not out there in the cloud. And then we do the co-teaching model and block schedule, which I talked about. Our Southeast students have advisory every day. And I did hear one of the other presenters talk about how they talk to the students about their mood. They do the mood reader. We also do that, but during advisory, our students are able to talk with their mentor about any issues they may be having, anything that they may need, and also get additional support in areas that they may be finding themselves falling behind in. I talked about our Teacher Learning Center. We're very, very proud of that model, and we hope to have it throughout our network by the end of by next year. And then finally, we had the East Initiative grant that we just won, and that grant is going to help us build our campus. We have an innovation lab that is state-of-the-art, so we're going to have some technology in there that our students will be able to use that will help them in real-life applications. Our innovations are all in full implementation. So for data, we were asked, how do we compare to other Little Rock charter schools? The information, the data shows that all of the schools are low, and I think someone talked about just the demographics. When you look at where we are, it's challenging, but we are up for the challenge, and we're going to continue providing our students with high-quality instruction. So you can see that Friendship, East M East, Exalt, Ivy Hill, and Lisa West are all low. Ours, unfortunately, is the lowest, but again, I think that that's not a true representation of our scores due to the testing anxiety. In comparison to traditional schools in the Little Rock area, we compare ourselves to the M.L. King Elementary, Maple Vale, Stevens, and Chico. And while Chico is higher, you can see that we're not too far behind. We're second on the second on that totem pole, but it's not a totem pole that we're really proud of being on. For our South Keys campus for 5th graders, we compared them to traditional public schools in Pine Bluff, as there are no charter schools in Pine Bluff other than us. So you can see that our campus is at 59%, and it outscored all of the other campuses. The James Matthews Elementary, 34th Ave Street, and Broadmoor Elementary, as well as Southwood Elementary. Now, 12th grade students, I didn't compare the testing data because our 12th graders took NWEA, and Pine Bluff and Watson Chapel campuses do not. So I decided to go with graduation rate. And as you can see, we are at 100% graduation rate. All of our students graduated. Pine Bluff High was at 78%, and Watson Chapel is at 93%, and that's all based on my school info. I want to brag just a little bit. Our Southeast campus won the 2023 the Pine Bluff Commercial Reader's Choice Award, and they were awarded the best middle/junior high school in Pine Bluff. And our best elementary campus in Pine Bluff was also a Friendship campus, Friendship Aspire Academy, Pine Bluff. In addition to that, Our school improvement, we are teaching our standards, the Arkansas State standards. At our Little Rock campus, we do have stabilized leadership. We did have a change in leadership last year during the school year, which I think made us a little bit unsteady, but we now have stabilized leadership there. We are teaching the Arkansas State standards, administering those common formative assessments that I talked about, using the data to help us drive instruction, even if that means we've got to pivot. We provide intervention as well as acceleration because we realize that every student is not behind. So we don't want our students who are on grade level or above grade level to be stagnant, so we continue with accelerating those students. We use structured professional learning communities. We provide professional development to our teachers as well as our administrators. And we now have a data team of 3 very strong persons who create the assessments. We analyze the data. We go over the data with the principals. We sit in the PLCs with them. We work with the teachers. We use that data to help us make decisions about which professional development opportunities we need to offer and what other moves or changes we need to make. In addition, at the Little Rock campus, we use proven instructional strategies. I'll give you an example. Writing is a very big deal. Our students are now using what we call the hamburger strategy, a hamburger method for writing. We send home writing assignments with them during the holidays. We sent one home for Thanksgiving, we sent one home for Christmas. One will be going home with them for Easter as well. And the students, as well as the teachers, seem to love it. We had a principal, she said, I couldn't wait to read my writing to my students, which I thought was awesome because the students sometimes come in and they're called in to the office to read their writings over the intercom. So we also employ the use of coaching and mentoring. We have several partners, and I'll talk about them in just a moment, who come into our campuses and they coach with our teachers and they provide mentorship for our principals. We're also improving our inclusive practices for our students with special needs. We are providing extending learning opportunities. I talked about the aftercare. And we also involve our parents, guardians, and the community in the learning of our students. And we utilize our partners. We're also working to increase the number of teachers who are certified. One of our partners, actually APSRC, provides an opportunity for our teachers to go in and get training on the test, and then they're able to go in and take the test. And the good thing about it is they don't even have to pay for the test. APSRC has a grant that actually pays for the test. So for our Southeast campus, we're doing much of the same, but the things that are different over there is that we provide tutors at that campus. Those tutors are coming to us from UAPB as well as from Southeast Arkansas, which is like the CARC University down there in Pine Bluff. Our students at that campus are going to be hosting, our actual students are going to be hosting a Pine Bluff Mayoral Forum on Education where they're going to bring in the potential mayors or the candidates for mayor, and they're going to question them on our campus at Southeast. So that's a great opportunity for community involvement and leadership for our students. We also have, at this campus, a unique program where the students have united with the Griderfield Black Pilots Association. So we have an aviation program down on that campus as well as one of our other elementary campuses down there. But our kids, they do this after school, so they're not losing any instructional time. But if they stay fulfilled and they stay interested, those students can actually be able to fly a plane at the age of 16. They will have a full license to fly. So we're really excited about that because a lot of times we don't make connections to outside things in education, but there's a lot of math, there's a lot of reading, there's a lot of science, critical thinking in flying a plane. Finally, our campus down in Little Rock, over in Little Rock, actually earned in 21 and 22 the Beating the Odds Awards from the Office of Education Policy Awards. That's why we know, that's why I know, I'm gonna speak for me. That's why I know and believe in my heart that the data that we had from last school year is not accurate. And then we also have from the U.S. News and World Report that we have a number one charter school, and that's our Pine Bluff Hazel campus, and also a number one elementary school. No, I mean, sorry, number 28, I'm sorry. Number 28, I keep wanting to be number one. I'm speaking it. But number 28, best elementary school, again, according to U.S. News and World Report. In the state of Arkansas.
We gathered that.
Are there any questions for us? Oh, go ahead, come on.
Just before you ask questions, I just want to let you know about, you might be asking what's different, right? I mean, Dr. Simmons made a great presentation with everything that's talking about, but I think what's different is that data-driven instruction. Everyone talks about data-driven instruction. Everyone tries to do it, but I think we fell short last year, and so this year, this is what we're doing differently. We're actually doing CFAs every week. So every week, they teach a standard, right, from Monday to Thursday. And then on Friday, we create an assessment based upon Atlas, not based upon ACT Aspire anymore. So we look at Atlas questions. And I wish that the state could actually put more question in the question banks so that we can pull from that. So at this moment in time, we're using external resources to create those assessments. But what we do is we look at those assessments, and then we actually create 7 questions, depending on what it is, based upon that standard. And then we give it to our students, and then at the end of the week, the teachers grade it, and then we, during the PLCs, they look at what's working, what's not, what's the misconceptions, how can we go ahead and improve it, and next steps. So that's what we've been doing since October, to change it a little bit, because we know at the end of the day, data-driven instruction does work, but how do you actually do it with fidelity? And I think with what we're doing now is with fidelity, being that we're looking at the standards every week and align to the Atlas, the new state standard, and then providing the actual common formative assessments every week to see how our kids are doing. So just to add that in there so that you guys know that, hey, we're actually looking at data and we're looking at assessments and how do we drive instructions with those assessments. And being that it's weekly, we can actually pivot if we need to. If we see something that doesn't work, right, we can pivot at a drop of a notice without impacting a lot of things. And so I think with this year, with Atlas being new standards, everyone's really nervous with everything that's going on. So again, I think going back to the data-driven instruction, looking at data and using data to actually guide what we need to do next will help us in what we need to do this school year. So just that piece of.
Thank you.
He wants to talk about Marveling, but I'm not gonna, that's a separate subject, but I think they're doing well as well. We're seeing a lot of growth in there. Just a quick note that, we came in and what we found out was, and I'm not saying this with ill intent or any negativity to anyone there, but it's just been generational neglect, meaning that the kids just been pushed on to the next grade, pushed on to the next grade, pushed on to the next grade without any, I guess without any concern to what they need to know, right, for them to become good citizens, to give back. So at this moment in time, we're working against the clock to get the kids to where they need to get, because at the end of the day, regardless of which school district you're in or which school you're in Arkansas, you're gonna have to take the test. I mean, I've been preaching this throughout the whole entire year. If given the chance, if given like 3 years where we can stop and just teach the kids the fundamentals, because that's what they're missing. We found out that our 6th graders couldn't even add and subtract double-digit numbers. That's how sad it is. And no one has done anything about it. So that's 6th grade, right? So given that the case, how do you expect our kids to do well on the test if they can't even subtract double-digit numbers? So again, that's another topic, but we're seeing a lot of growth and improvement there. But again, it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time. So thank you.
Thank you.
I know we're
Yes.
all ready for lunch, but I did want to just close with this.
Could you identify
I know
yourself?
This board,
You just identify yourself.
oh, okay, Joe Harris. I just wanted this board to hear information out, something that I think will impact. The schools that are presented before you will all, I think, benefit from tutoring. I know that legislation is on the board, and next year we're expecting that the tutors will have an impact, and I think that that'll transform a lot of the schools' efforts that have stood before you today talking about deficiencies. So I wanted you all to hear from a charter school that tutoring is important. We're preparing for it by setting up a system where our kids will get one-on-one tutoring.
as part of both their daily instruction and after school, but tutoring one-on-one is proven nationally to transform education. So thank you all for supporting tutoring in the state of Arkansas.
Thank you. Dr. Moore?
So first I want to say, Dr. Simmons, thank you for dedicating your life to education.
Thank
and
you.
Teaching and leadership and all you've done. We need more people like you. Thank you for the very detailed presentation. I only had one question, and I know what you presented answered the questions that we had posed. But as you speak about college and career readiness, I'm wondering about your Southeast campus, and did you have high school students there? Do they have opportunities for concurrent, and are you partnering with CARC for concurrent or for UAPB?
Actually, that is something that we're working on for next year. So we're looking at partnerships with both UAPB and with CARC University, with CARC College. UAPB is one of our greater partners, and they actually send students over. And we have a guy, we have a gentleman that we recently hired who actually is able to teach those concurrent courses for us. So we're happy to bring him on so that our students will be able to receive credits for college while they're still in high school.
Also, last year, 12th graders actually went to CARC to participate in some courses as well. So just some information about what we did.
Just speaking to the
So just last year, actually 12th graders actually participated with some courses at CARC, where they went to CARC and they did some courses. So that was our 12th grade last year.
So are any of your students participating with the Secondary Career Center in your area for their CTE courses? You know?
Not at this moment in time. I think we're working on that, being that we started ninth grade this year, pushing a new one. So we're definitely working on that to make sure that that happens.
All right, thank you.
And let me just say for the ninth graders, as I stated in the presentation, half of them came from Lighthouse. The other 14 were recruited. So technically, we didn't have an eighth grade, so we didn't plan out as far as that. But we're planning now to make sure that we have those things in place for our kids going forward.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, I have a few facets here. One is I can speak to you about some of the challenges, the other some of the wonderful things I'm aware of. Which would you like to hear first?
It doesn't matter.
Challenges? Okay. All right, we get that out of the way. One of the challenges I've seen, and this really is impactful potentially, you received some Title I funding?
Yes.
Right. So one of the requirements is that you provide evidences, documentary evidences that to be submitted to us by October 1. So I encourage you to get that done. There's certain areas within the Parent and Family Engagement Plan. There's specific areas. Submit that to InduStar. And that mitigates the risk that if the feds come to the state and say, hey, look, we need to have an audit, and you provided money to your school, where's the evidence of that? So having that document available to us would be huge. So thank you.
You have that? Oh, you got
So we actually provide the Title I parent survey to our parents, and I mean we don't have it here. We don't have it on the slide, but I think from my memory, and again I could be wrong because I looked at this a few months back. Approximately about more than 90% of our parents actually love our school. So that was one of the questions that we actually put in there, and as you know, we had to actually do that for Title I. So yes.
No, I appreciate that. And that's certainly one of the evidences that they're asking for. Yes.
Actually, I did have that in my presentation. And at the Little Rock campus, it was 82% of the parents who were satisfied with our services. And at the Pine Bluff Southeast campus, it was 96.5% of the parents. And that's based on the survey data.
Okay, good. There are probably 5, just FYI, there are about 5 different areas that speak specifically to different types of documents. And it's captured toward the end of, if you look into your district level parent and family engagement plan, it's specified, there's examples there, and you could easily speak to things like, is the plan itself jointly developed?
Okay.
So it's not just a staff-driven plan, but one that's developed with parents, with community members, and sometimes students. So things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, absolutely. On the good side, I am so delighted to hear some of these wonderful things that are going on. I was at the ribbon cutting ceremony of the new school on Main Street just pretty awesome, the commitment that Friendship Aspire is making to the community. I'd encourage you, we will continue, when I say we, there's been an effort the last couple of years to have what's called a community engagement and education set of meetings where all of the school districts are represented, but more importantly, other stakeholders, the mayor, UAPB, CR College, as you mentioned earlier, and others across the board, whether that's public safety, Allison Thompson from the chamber, et cetera. They sit around, we talk about SMART goals for the community. One of the issues, as you know, is recruiting, and it's hard to get the right teachers because of the brand associated with Pine Bluff.
Yeah.
And so working collaboratively together would be a huge asset, I think, as we move forward. Encourage you to participate in those. I was born in Grady and grew up and graduated from high school in Pine Bluff.
Great. Okay, I got you.
Okay, so I understand your plight and appreciate your effort to move the needle despite the challenges that you're facing. And I particularly like in regards to the effort to at the downtown area where you have some of the students making the shirts and
Oh,
selling
yes, that's the generator.
the generator. Yes, so it sounds like just to plant some seed, it sounds like potentially you're working towards entrepreneurship too.
Yes.
Which means that you're now talking about math and a business plan and things of that nature. Is nothing like starting that with the young entrepreneurs.
Exactly.
So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Wright McMurray?
Thank you for your presentation and the thoroughness of the information that was provided. The questions that I had either been answered by the panel members or answered during the presentation. And then just in general, when you reference that we have sixth graders who cannot add and subtract double-digit numbers, that just answered all my questions. So I appreciate the work you guys are doing, and I understand that you have taken over some pieces that you inherited.
Yes.
And we appreciate you guys working through that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then I'd just like to say, as far as your common formative assessments, given that our new assessment at the end of the year will be based on the Arkansas standards, I'm glad that you're going through that process and making sure that those competencies are reached before moving on to a different competency.
Yes.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, is there any new business? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming today.